This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
Other
All right. Hey, what up? We underway for this pre-game special here. Give me 1 second. All right. Welcome on in. Before we get started with this official pre-game YouTube entertainment, hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so if you're on YouTube. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as the schedule for the channel and fantasy football this year. Fantasy football is underway, and we have already drafted. I am happy to say I got a pretty good team. I think everybody that's involved can pretty much say the same. So, best of luck to everybody. Bragging rights on the line. Let's see what happens. You know, I did give y'all a chance to jump in, but we only had about 4 teams jump in, so that's fine. That's fine. You know, but next year we're hoping for more, right? Y'all let me know. All right. So, Panthers versus Browns. So, I think we should start with the obvious thing is the injury reports, because of the fact that we have had a few injuries ourselves. But we're going to start with the Browns injury report. So I'm going to put that up on screen for everybody. There we go. So we're looking at Clowny with elbow injury. Did not practice on Wednesday. Some type of illness as well. But unspecified for the game status. I'm going to bet he's probably going to play. It all depends on that elbow. So, offensive linemen, be aware. Jack Conklin, the offensive tackle with a knee injury. He's questionable. I don't see him playing. They're probably going to replace him. Grant with a hip injury. Unspecified as well. SAF. Anybody know what SAF means as far as like a position? Is that special teams or what? That's a weird one for me. I've never seen that one before. I've always assumed that was special teams. Huh. But welcome on in, Lock Poppy. How you doing? Been waiting on this one. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to hear that right there. I'm glad that people are waiting on this stream, because I didn't do any content on our 53-man roster. I didn't do anything on practice squad really, as far as like what our final additions were. So, you know, kind of missed the ball on that. I was dealing with some personal issues off stream, so I didn't get to it. But you know, hopefully this 53 looks okay. We'll get to that in a minute, y'all. We'll take a look at it. I've got a couple of concerns. I did mention those to my buddy David. So, but we'll get to him. Corner, AJ Green. We got a hip injury, unspecified, but full practices. I don't know about these, man. Ronnie with a hamstring injury. He's a DB. Chris Hubbard, offensive tackle with the elbow, questionable. Isaiah Thomas, the defensive end, with a hand. Greedy Williams with a hamstring injury. I bet Greedy's probably further on down the depth chart. Chase with a hamstring injury, defensive end. Unspecified. Mike Woods with a hamstring injury, questionable. Did not practice on Friday. Neither did Greedy. Greedy is out. He's listed as out already. So we look at the depth chart. Greedy is second in the depth chart. Okay. That's what I was trying to find out. Yeah, so I'm not concerned about that one. I heard some reports that Myles Garrett might be hurt as well. But I don't see him on the injury report, and I have yet to confirm any of them. So we'll see. I'm betting he's probably going to play on game day. But shout out to Adam, who's on the Facebook chat. What's up, man? Win on game day soon. I hope so, man. I hope so. I really do hope tomorrow turns into a win. So, injuries on our side. Let's go take a look at those. And a few of these are a little concerning. Our kicker. Let's just address the elephant in the room. Our kicker with a left hip injury, and we've had to work out more kickers. I mean, what is going on here? How many kickers are we going to have hurt, man? This is starting to annoy me. Because we really don't want Hecker as our kicker. I don't know what's going on. I got a theory, though. I'll talk about it in a little bit. Giovanni Ricci with a hip injury. Limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday. Full practice on Friday. Game status unknown right now. CMC with a shin injury. And I mean, people have been talking about this all week. Some were saying that it was a minor shin injury and he'll be fine. He had full practice on Thursday and Friday, so I'm betting he's going to play with limited snaps on Sunday. So anybody that's got him in the fantasy leagues, be wary of that. If somebody hits him in that shin, there goes your season at running back. You know what I'm saying? Like, be wary. That's why I didn't take him in fantasy. I saw him on the list. I skipped over him deliberately. And I don't do that very often when it comes to big name Panthers players, So I'm just saying, be aware. This dude has a major history of getting injured. And I don't know. It's a matter of when, not if it happens again, I think. And I don't want to say this dude is injury prone, but he is looking pretty injury prone. You know what I mean? Man, I like CMC though, man. He's a good guy though. I hope he stays healthy. I don't want to jinx nothing, but we got Brandon Smith with a thigh injury, limited practice on Friday, questionable for Sunday. Now, my theory is that it's this turf that Tepper refuses to change out. And I've went on conversations and rants about this. It is scientifically proven that turf will get your players hurt, whether it be football or soccer. especially soccer, because these people have to. They're used to grass fields. Like how? That's got to be really uncommon for soccer players to play on turf. Like, how many like professional league soccer teams have a turf field? Like that's really unusual. But I mean, it's happened. I'm not going to say it hasn't, but it's just really uncommon. That's all I'm saying. And a hip injury from your kicker already. And I mean, I was watching when he was trying to go through the kick, practice kick, that got him injured. And to me, that's turf. If you've ever played on turf or if you've ever walked on turf, you know how dangerous that can be, with trying to play on it. Play any sports on it. So that's my theory going in, is the turf. I don't know how Richie got hurt. I'm going to assume the same thing, because if you look at these injuries, they're all around the hip area. Except for CMC with the shin. But I mean, CMC is CMC with injuries. So that doesn't surprise me. But the other three, thigh, hip, left hip. And they mentioned left hip specifically in the injury report. And I find that really interesting. That's my take on it right now. Alright, so we're going to take a look at this 53-man roster. Going into Sunday, we're looking at your starters are going to be DJ, Icky, Brady Christensen, Pat F1, Corbett, Taylor Moton, Tommy Tremble, Ian Thomas, Robbie, CMC, and Baker. Here's the interesting thing I've seen here on this roster right now. We traded Daly for some picks. We've already discussed that. But that leaves us kind of thin over here at left tackle. We got to rely on Brady Christensen, which means Michael Jordan would have to step up at left guard if Brady Christensen has to step up at left tackle if Icky gets hurt. That's not a healthy situation, folks. Icky better stay healthy, man. I don't want Michael Jordan in that starting rotation at all. Nope. That would be bad. And the people that have been paying attention to these streams know why. He's just not ready to get to that starter level. I don't care what the coaches say. I disagree with them, in a lot of cases. Because if you've watched Michael Jordan during preseason and you watched him during training camp like I have, you notice that the obvious differences between Brady Christensen and Michael Jordan over there at left guard. And it's plainly obvious. Brady's got the job by a mile and a half. And I wish we could have at least signed one more left guard just to make sure that we were set, there. That way we could do interchangeable left tackle and left guard. That would have been very, very helpful. We do have Caden Mays that can switch over. So they feel pretty confident that Caden Mays is that guy, that can do 3 different positions here for emergency situations. I don't know, man. And why is Bozeman not starting at center? Is he, was he not producing during preseason? Was he hurt? What happened there? Because Pat F1 should not be your starting center, in my opinion. So I got questions there. Unless y'all think that Pat F1's better than Bozeman, then by all means, feel free to defend your position there. But, you know, we can talk about it. But I feel like Bozeman's the better guy. You know, he was on that Super Bowl Rams team last year. And this is something that tells me that Coach Rule is just screwing around with this roster and doesn't know what he's doing. Corporate. Obviously at right guard. Taylor Moton. You know, over Cameron Irving. I think we're okay at right tackle. Cameron Irving's okay. You know, I wouldn't say he's great, but I'd say he's okay. But I mean, keep an eye on those backup roles, because those are going to be extremely important going through the season. If we get in trouble and we get to injuries on this offensive line, this is looking kind of thin right now, and I'm a little worried about that. So we might end up spending some money this year. So I would keep that in mind. Tommy Tremble, Ian Thomas, I'm alright with that. You know, Richie, tight end spot. Finally, they give him the tight end spot instead of the fullback spot. But yeah, he is considered a fullback as well. But you got Higgins, Levitska. I don't know that Andre Roberts is better than Kirkwood and all of them that got cut. That's and put on the practice squad. That's my thing. I'm not buying it, bro. Yeah, Andre has that lateral ability to go up and get those high balls, you know, that are kind of hospital balls. But I don't know that I'm feeling that one, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what Matt Rule is doing here. You know, the plan is questionable here on offense. You know, with the depth chart. The starters look okay. You know, I'm not going to argue with the starters, but everything beyond that is really questionable. And we should really be putting that under a microscope for the rest of the season, because I don't know that we can survive an 18-game season on that right there in the depth chart. I don't know that we can. 18 weeks is a long time, folks. And we've had a huge history of injuries. So, I don't know. How confident do y'all feel right now about that? You know, leave me a comment. Leave me some info here. How confident do you feel about this? I'm going to leave it up on the screen for a minute. That right there has me, like, really questioning what's going on. Another thing I got questions about is everybody's got all this faith in Foreman, yet this man could not break a 3.0 average in preseason. Yet Chuba Hubbard could. You guys want to explain that one to me? And we put the only running back that could break 3.0 and beyond on the practice squad. I mean, what is Matt doing here? Like, yeah, Scott got all these players for you, but you don't know how to manage them, bro. You don't know what you're doing here. You don't know your left foot from your right foot. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, that's what we're doing with here, man. And I hate that. Because we got so many talented players either here on the 53 or on the practice squad, and it's just a matter of Matt Rule just playing Chinese checkers with all these guys. He don't know what he's doing. He's confused. He's confused, man. He's got too much talent to work with. And I mean, to a certain degree, that's a good thing. But when it comes to Matt Rule and his mismanagement of the depth chart, that's a bad thing too. Double-edged sword. Shout out to Rashawn. How you doing, man? I see you in that podcast that you guys are on, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Man, much love to y'all for showing me that welcoming and very happy, positive vibes, you know, that I'm looking for when I go onto a podcast and as a guest, you know. Even in the chats, you know, thank you so much to everybody that's been allowing me to do that. That's really cool. I would very much like to continue to do that, and you know, just much love to all y'all content creators, man, that are Panthers fans, that are longtime fans, whether you're new here or older. Much love, man. One love, bro. Alright, so let's look at his defense. We got Brian Burns, Derek Brown, Matt Ioannidis, Gross Matos on that D-line. I'm going to focus specifically on that D-line starting out because of the fact of the run defense. Now, I did a little research, and Phil Snow is over here talking about we had a good average on run defense. You know, we were ranked like 9th or something like that in average run stopping. Okay, but can we talk about the fact that we gave up 15 touchdowns last year? And that's not even including the Atlanta game, which they don't have a box score for. 15 touchdowns. That's what matters. You can talk about average all day long, but it's the touchdowns that light up the scoreboard and put us in trouble. You know. And 3/4 of those came off of draws and ISOs right up to the gut. Explain that. Much respect to you, Coach Snow, but I got to call that one out, man. I got to call it out. I'm sorry, but I got to. You know, I haven't had a problem with you up to this, you know, and, but I got to call you out on this one, bro. Sorry. That's the one that matters. You know, and we're sticking with Derek Brown here on the line, which, I mean, Derek Brown's got to step up. He's got to step up, man. We got to get some of these run stops. And hopefully Matt Ioannidis can help out with that. Bravion Roy's been stepping up. I give him credit where it's due. Haynes has had a little bit of an up year so far too. And I don't know how I feel about Marquand so far. I got to take another look at him before I can tell you how I feel about him. But right now, you're going to trust Phil Hoskins over Nixon right now? Excuse me? Can we... Matt, can we just take a moment and have a conversation about this, man? This ain't right. This ain't right here. You're throwing my man Nixon under the bus, and that ain't cool. Davion Nixon has been hurt for part of 1 year, yes. But it's that second year, he did really well, in my opinion. I didn't say great, I said really well. You know, and I'm not going to say he's phenomenal on run stopping, but he got the job done, you know, on tackling. And the thing is, we do have a lot of really good tacklers on this defense right now. You know, open field tacklers, which is a very, very good thing. But you're going to trust Phil Hoskins, who barely made the 53 for 2 years now, who is a... Wait. What draft pick was he? He was a 5th, right? Y'all saying he's a 5th. Oh, lordy. Hold on. I put up a post about this. It has the draft picks in it. I'm trying to find it. We'll talk about that kicker in a minute, though. But yeah, I'm not happy with the fact that Spencer Brown is on the practice squad either. I'm not happy with the fact that we're trusting a 6th or a 7th round defensive tackle over a 5th rounder who has actually proven himself. And a lot of people I've read into across all these pages, some of them are trolling, some of them are not, said, oh, well, Phil Haas, you know, David Nixon hasn't done anything. He's average, you know, and this and this and that. Yes, he has. Go look at his numbers. Man, don't just take my word for it. Look at his numbers. I'm about to look up his numbers right now. Just to prove a point. I probably got his name spelled wrong, but whatever. Hold on. There he is. Okay, so in the time that he was actually on the field last year, he had 9 total tackles, 1 solo, 8 assists. Yes, he did have help. A half a sack. You know, and he got several tackles that made a difference, man. Out of those 9. In critical times. And that half a sack was against the Giants. Alright, so we're going to talk about, yeah, he's a 5th rounder. Now, that second year, he's been hurt. He's been hurt, y'all. He only played 1 full season. So this man ended up on the practice squad. He got screwed over, man. I'm a little unhappy with that. But you know what? Okay. Y'all think Phil Hoskins, this 2-year vet from Kentucky, 280-pound guy, who doesn't even have any stats, has not even been in any situations to have any stats, and we're looking at let me look up his stats. Okay, so he had 7 tackles, No, he had 9 tackles, the same as the other one. A half a sack. Same numbers. Same exact numbers. Oh, hold up. That's Nixon. Okay. Hold up. ESPN's being shifty. That's the one I want. Phil Hoskins. Alright, so we're looking at 4 tackles, no sacks. Well, there's 1 sack. But same exact numbers, basically. Same exact numbers. This is proving my point right here. And yet, Nixon was better. He was actually better at run stopping and actually physically tackling. Even though he had help. He actually finished his tackles. And he didn't give up on plays. Now, that's not to say that Phil Hoskins did, but I mean, you look at both of these guys in preseason and training camp, and you tell me which one is better physically. Nixon had the better preseason and training camp. I don't... Guys, I don't know. I don't get this. This is Matt Rule playing around with this roster again, and I don't like it. And this is further proof. This is a round 7. A round 7 made the roster over a round 5 pick. And that should not happen. Guys, that should not happen. Round 7 is an experimental round. When you got a round 7 that's better than your round 5, why did you pick the round 5? You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, come on. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. I don't know. I might be losing my mind here, man. But that one doesn't bother me as much. Except on run defense, we gotta make sure that we stop the run. And I'll tell you why all of these roster conversations are important that I'm talking about later. Once we get into the actual preview. Because it will matter a lot. Gross Matos, I thought, was having a pretty good preseason. I'm cool with that. Henry Anderson, we got a new defensive end. And we gave up Lord help me, we gave up somebody good for him, man. We tossed Nixon for him. I don't understand this. Please tell me that Nixon is on that practice squad. Please tell me he is. Because I think he is. I saw a report that he was. We basically traded Henry Anderson for Nixon. Alright, so for those that don't know, Henry Anderson, 6'6", 300 pounds, from Stanford, 8 years in the league. And here's the kicker that you're going to be interested in. He's a former third-round pick, okay? So now he has probably been degraded to probably a fifth-round pick with his skills. Same as Nixon, okay? Keep that in mind. Same as Nixon. Henry Anderson has played for the Indianapolis Colts 15 through 17, and that defense wasn't really that good during those 2 years. But we'll keep it a buck. Here's the main thing I want people to see: the New York Jets. Now do you see why we got him? This is a Matt Rule guy. We doing it again, folks. Why? God, y'all killing me with this. Matt Rule, you're killing me with this, man. That is now the 7th or 8th Jets player on this roster. Former Jets player. Out of 53. 8. What are we doing? Are we trying to turn this team into the New York Jets? And I'll excuse the former Super Bowlers, you know, with the Rams. I'll excuse that one. I'll excuse anybody that was a former Jet that was here on this roster before Matt Rule became head coach. This is ridiculous. This has got to stop. I'm getting fed up. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting fed up with this. If you want the New York Jets job so bad, go up to New York. Buy your way out of the contract and go up to New York. You clearly want to be up there so bad. Go up there. We got Wilkes. We'll be fine. Matter of fact, Wilkes is the one I wanted to be the new head coach to replace you with. Because Wilkes has done such a great job in Arizona. He's done an excellent job with our defense. And he is qualified. Okay? He's been in the league for a number of years and done an excellent job. And he actually understands how the NFL works. And how to build a roster properly. If you notice, like, those Arizona rosters were very, very... when he was head coach. Very competitive. And that's a tough division to fight in. You know, because you're looking at Seattle. You're looking at the Rams. I mean, you got to fight every inch, tooth and nail, to put together a good roster out in the West. And battle with these guys. Otherwise, you're not going to last long. And the fact that he lasted at least 2 years out there. 2 years. And set up some decent rosters that you can compete with and actually possibly make the playoffs with in that division is impressive. Imagine what he could do with this roster if he got his hands on it. I'm telling you, bro. Take this man's advice, Matt, if you want to save your job. You don't save your job by putting in more Jets players. I know you want a defensive end. I know Scott wants the same thing. But you don't go after Jets players. Okay? That is not going to solve the problem. And I want to show you guys the stats on this dude. If I may. If I may be so bold, I would love to show you the stats of what we're doing with him. You do it with a man that has 3 regular season tackles last year. That's it. That's it. Alright, career-wise, you're looking at a man that has 101 solo tackles out of 170. Yes, he can open field tackle. 11 and a half sacks. But we're talking about a man that's been in the league since 2015. So keep that in mind, y'all. So he's had 7 years to accumulate 11 and a half sacks. 1 forced fumble, 1 forced fumble recovery. 8 pass deflections. 15 stuffs. And 4 kicks blocked. So he's a special teamer. That's essentially what this dude is. So we traded Nixon out for a special teamer. I'm not sure I like this. I'll put up with it for now. You know, as a Panthers fan, you know, I'm not going to scream about it. I'm not going to rant about it. But since we do need a pass rusher, and we did need depth there, but our main goal should be run stopping. Got an itch. Bothering me. Alright, so yeah, our main goal should be run stopping. And I just hope he can be up to the task. That's all I'm going to say. I have not seen him actually play, but I hope he can be up to the task. Because we're going to need it. 1 solo tackle per game. Yeah. That don't prove nothing to me. I'm sorry, that don't prove nothing to me. Not when we just threw away a guy that clearly got 9 tackles in 7 games. And actually got a half a sack. And put him on the practice squad. But if y'all think so little of Davion Nixon, and y'all really want Henry to do what you're saying he could do throughout his career, then why did we draft Nixon in the first place? Why did we draft him in the first place? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Things that make you go, about this team. You know, like, I got questions, bro. I got questions galore about this depth chart right now. I'm not satisfied at all. Alright, so we move on to the linebackers. Shaq, Damian Wilson, Frankie Luvu. Happy with that. You know, we need Brandon Smith to step up, and I'm about 50-50 on Corey Littleton, whether he's going to step up and get the job done or not. We'll see. We'll see. He had a pretty good preseason. I was happy with the preseason, but I need to see a little more. You know what I mean? You know, Phil Snow feels the same way as I do. So does Wilkes. So, I'll agree with that. Dante Jackson, J.C. Horn, obviously starting. We're looking real solid at corner right now. We got CJ, we got Stanley, we got Keith. I'm happy with that corner crew right there. That's a good corner crew. That's a good corner crew right there. We could do some work with that right there. Yes, sir. I like that. That's big money on Sundays right there. That's big money. Jeremy Chin, Xavier Woods, big money right there. These guys, big money. All right, let's talk Miles Hartsfield. I like Miles Hartsfield a lot. Sam Franco Jr. made some plays as well. You know, I prefer him more on special teams, but, you know, I do like Sam. Sam's a good guy, man. You know, he's a good guy to have in your depth chart, for sure. Now, my problem came in when you got rid of, not Kenny Robinson, but the other one. Because the other safety cut here is the one that needs to be over Sean Chandler. 3 preseason games is not enough to prove to me that Sean Chandler needs to be in second draft spot by himself. In second depth chart spot by himself. No. I need to see 2 full games before you put all your eggs into a Sean Chandler basket. You know what I mean? 2 regular season games where this dude does not screw up in certain spots where he screwed up before. Because he cost us 24 points last year, including the Vikings game, in overtime, by the way. Clearly in overtime, he looked lost. He looked like he was in the multiverse. Yeah. He straight up looked like he was lost, boys. I don't know about this one. He had a good preseason, though. I'll give him that. He had a real good preseason. But I need a little bit more. You know, before I start throwing all of it. All them eggs in that basket, though. But, I would at least keep one of those 2 safeties, you know, just to make sure, you know, as a safety net, just in case Sean doesn't get it done this year. You know, until you were 100% sure that Sean Chandler is not going to give up points in those certain areas that he did last year, it's just a safety precaution, man. You know what I mean? It's a smart safety precaution. I don't trust it right now. I don't like putting all those eggs in one basket. But overall, man, I think we got a pretty good 53 here. The key is going to be keeping everybody healthy, especially on the starting 5, because underneath that starting 5 on the offensive line, you don't have much depth. It's looking real shaky. So I do like Bozeman. I think Cade Mays could do something here. Cameron Irving is a backup, obviously. Michael Jordan is a backup, you know. But I really like the starting 5 right at the moment. I think that's a solid starting 5. I do have questions about why Bozeman is not starting over Pat Elflein, but I'm sure a lot of the Panthers fans will probably give me a pretty good debate on that one. But overall, man, I like what I see. I wish we had kept Spencer Brown over Foreman. I know there's a lot of Panthers fans that disagree on that one, and that's okay. You know, that one's got me mixed up, you know. I don't know what to think there. But I'm liking Shi Smith. I think he had a pretty good preseason. I like TMJ. I like that right there. You know, Higgins looks good. I like Laviska. You know, I like this wide receiver core, man. This wide receiver core could do some damage. We just got to keep the starting 5 healthy, man. That's the scary thing. If we lose any part of that starting 5, it's going to be a long season. That's all I'm saying right now. We might end up spending a little money on somebody. Maybe a tackle or a guard. Maybe one. You know, just to back these guys up. I don't trust Michael Jordan right now. I like him as a person. You know, again, if I give any of these players tough love, I would sit down and have lunch or dinner with any of the conversation because they're great people. But I gotta call out what I see, you know, talent-wise. Whether it be positive or negative. And Michael Jordan is not it. You know, for me. He's average. He's average material right now. So, I got a lot of questions about that tackle and guard spot right now in depth. Stay healthy, boys. Come on now. Whatever you do, keep Icky healthy, man. Because I don't want Brady Christensen coming over from guard spot and having Michael Jordan start. That's, because we don't have anything past Michael Jordan since we traded Daly. I was kind of 50-50 on that trade, you know, with Daly, whether we should have done it or not, because we needed the depth at guard. But at the same time, I liked the move because he wasn't probably going to make the 53 anyway. So, I mean, it's a 50-50 double-edged sword right there for me. You know, so I think it's whatever you want to do there. You know, But I like the value that we got in return for him. That was good. The other set of injuries I'm worried about that could happen is that starting five on the D-line. Because if that D-line does not stay healthy and we don't stop that run, that puts extra pressure. That puts double duty on the linebackers and the corners and the safeties to get stuff done for them. Okay? And that could possibly get some people injured in the secondary, which we don't want. You know, and I'm looking at the corners, you know, mainly. I'm looking at the corners. Because you got the corners that have to step up and push that run defense and take themselves out of some of these positions that leaves these wide receivers open in some cases. Depending on the wide receivers and what you're dealing with. So it could start an injury risk there. I'm a little concerned about that. Y'all know what I'm talking about with the domino effect. And I'm not liking that right now. For this season, I don't like that. We do have depth at corner. I'm not saying we don't have depth at corner. I think that could be a good thing, you know, to have all that depth in those positions. But I don't like all these guys having to do double duty when our linebacker core is a little bit thin. And we have Sean Chandler back here at free safety by himself in second string. I don't like that either when we have that situation. So if Jeremy Chin goes down, we're in trouble. You know, that means Miles Hartsfield and Sean Chandler will be splitting snaps. And it'll be a lot like last year where Sean Chandler gets put in those situations where he's having to do double duty, and he's going to get lost. He's absolutely going to get lost. I think he'll do a little better this year than he did last year because of preseason, training camp, OTAs. You know, he's had more than he had last year to build on, you know, and to play a little better. But I think if he ends up doing double duty, that's going to be a problem. I don't like the injury risks that this causes due to the domino effect. So we got to keep these starting offensive and defensive lines healthy. Another player we cannot afford to lose is Baker. Because if we put PJ in, y'all saw the results in preseason. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say there. That is not going to end well. That'll definitely raise up our draft pick. We don't want that, folks. We try to go the other direction. And, but overall, I'd give this 53-man roster a B, man. I like it. I think we got a lot of talent on it. I'm afraid to go B+ because of a couple of areas, but, you know, overall, B is really solid. It's a solid grade. You know what I mean? That's a solid grade. But hey, let's go to the chat here. Before we start talking about the Browns and their possible weaknesses. And how we might exploit them. Jared, Shi Smith has a chance to be a really good. Absolutely, man. I love Shi Smith right now. I love the potential. I love the ceiling right now for Shi Smith. I think he's going to have at least 3 or 4 really good seasons with us. You know, before we start looking at those contracts. So I like Shi. I like Shi a lot. I don't know what his current contract looks like right now, but I see at least 2 good seasons out of Shi for sure before we start looking at contracts. Let's see. DC Keep Pounding Podcast. Yo, what's up, man? Shout out to you. Shout out to all the podcast people, man. All these people that are doing what you do, man. Y'all are the real ones. I feel welcome on all of your chats, and I feel welcome on all of your streams. Thank you so much. Again, I really do feel the love, and it feels amazing, and I feel like we're part of a family, a gigantic Panthers family, when we put our podcast together, and we get together and we chat and we debate and we have these conversations. It just feels amazing. So thank you for making me feel welcome and having my opinions and things that I want to say validated, and listened to. And that's the main thing I want, is just to be heard, because we make a lot of good points here, that some people don't think of, and I do my research and I really check this stuff out before I post it. I don't just say, well, this and this and this and this and this, Nah, man, I do my research. So that my opinion is based on research and actual facts, actual stats. So, DJ Moore says Cade Mays should be the backup before Michael Jordan. Do you really want to put Cade Mays over at left guard? I mean, you could. I mean, it's a little dangerous. You'd have to find somebody to back up Corbett if you want to do that. But I like Corbett as a starter, so you don't want to. You want to leave Corbett alone, but you need somebody to back up Corbett, just in case. So anybody that you move around, you've got to have a backup for. You know what I mean? But would I value Cade Mays over Michael Jordan right now? 50-50. Here's the thing. Cade Mays has only been in the league for 1 year, really. Not even a full year. He's gone through training camp. He's gone through OTAs. I don't think he went through OTAs. He went through rookie training camp. So, rookie stuff. And preseason. So, based on what I've seen so far, I mean, they're about even. But give Cade Mays about 6 months to a year, he'll eclipse Michael Jordan. I do believe that. I do believe that fully. Do I like Cade Mays behind Corbett? Absolutely, I do. I think that's a good move, putting him back there. He's slightly better than Michael Jordan right now, in my opinion. I'll say otherwise, but I mean, the coaches really believe in Michael Jordan for some reason. Like, that's all the talk that you've seen is Michael Jordan this, Michael Jordan that, and you can't criticize the man for any reason whatsoever, and I don't understand this. Here's a bold take. Michael Jordan is average to below average. I'm saying it. If no one else will say it, I will. I have the spine to say it, and I'm not afraid to on this channel. I have said several things on this channel that people don't agree with, and I've got the spine to back it up. I've got the stats and the research to back it up. Everything I say. Otherwise, I would not be saying it, folks. Again. But apparently, to management and to all these Panther fans, Michael Jordan is like the golden goat of offensive guards, and I don't understand it. I don't get it. And I mean, this has been through several Facebook pages, too. And I'm not saying that the guy is... I'm not saying that the guy is complete trash. I'm saying he's average to below average. There's nothing wrong with that in your backup, in your depth chart. But to say that, oh, well, Michael Jordan had an excellent year. Michael Jordan is this and Michael Jordan is that. Come on, man. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. He ain't that at all. He ain't that in a bag of chips. Slow down. But DJ also says, bro, imagine we made the playoffs, but we have a good pick to get Penei Sewell's brother and a linebacker. Wow. That's interesting. I didn't know Penei Sewell's brother was in this next draft. I didn't know that. We'll look at him. When we start doing draft prep, we'll look at him for sure. We'll put him on the list. Be sure to mention him around that time if you don't mind. Because I would definitely like to look at him. And a linebacker. Absolutely, we need a linebacker. Cannot go without one. We cannot. Cannot. Now, I'm not saying I don't believe in Brandon Smith. Because I believe in Brandon Smith right now. I'm not saying that Corey Littleton won't step up. I'm saying it's possible he could step up. But we need another linebacker. This core is not enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like it, but it's not enough. You know, to make me feel like we got something special there. You know what I mean? Like, I want a little bit more. You know? So, we got to go for a linebacker next draft, for sure. We got to have a guard next draft, for sure. Those are two desperation picks that we've got to have. I don't care how much money we've got in the cap. These two positions need to be drafted. Period, point blank. Or we're going to be screwed for the next 3 years in the depth chart. That's just fact. That's a straight fact. And I mean, go look at the Lions if you don't believe that. Go look at the Lions depth chart on their offensive line. Because it is complete garbage. And these people pick up the wrong people every year. And it gets them screwed. For the next 3 years. Don't take my word for it. Look at the stats on how many sacks the Lions gave up. Even with Stafford behind center in Detroit. You don't think that can't happen here? It already has. You're just not seeing it. If people want to hide behind the fact that, oh, Michael Jordan is the best thing since sliced bread, you know, this year, I say, all right. Mess around and find out. That's all I got to say. Mess around and find out. Because you're going to find out real quick that all those ideas you got going on right there, when he starts playing against some of these Pro Bowlers, he's going to get run over real quick. And then they're going to be backpedaling saying, oh, like, no, stop. Stop. Stop with your excuses. We already done told you before the season started this was a bad idea. We already done told you. I'm telling you right now, before this game even starts, we need another guard. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfy with it. I may be the only one saying it. And if I am, I am. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know, I was the only one that spoke up when Mike Remmers was having trouble in 15. And I still stand by it. Because you know what? That Super Bowl proved me right. And I mean, here we go again. We try to fix the line in the depth. And Matt Rule's messing with it again, acting like he knows everything about anything about roster making. And Scott could give you the moon in talent. But if you don't know how to manage your roster, happy trails to you with your job. That's all I got to say after 2 years. With the normal coach. Not even one if you're a college coach. Go ask Urban Meyer. That's not a joke. That's real, man. So, if I was Matt right now, I would say go study some roster making. Go study how Andy Reid makes his roster. Go study how Pete Carroll makes his roster. Go study the greats, man. You know? Learn from them. Go get some film. You know? Go check this stuff out when you're in the off season. That way you can learn. Don't just go on a family picnic or go to Hawaii or something like that and be like, well, I don't have to worry about my job for a few months. Nah. You're still in the limelight, man. You're still in the limelight. Use that time wisely, man. Like, I'm trying to help you. God, I want the best for everybody in this locker room and in this management. And I know everybody's going to be like, Matt Rule is rah, 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 rah. No, listen. I want the best for everybody because they're all people at the end of the day. Think about that. I want the best for everybody. But if you're not willing to put in the effort, if you're not willing to learn from your mistakes and step up, I can't help you. You know what I mean? Like, that's on you. I can suggest stuff all day. But if you're not willing to learn, that's on you. You got to put in the effort. And I give Sean Chandler credit. He has put in the effort. He has put in the work ethic. And he has stepped up in preseason. So let's see it in regular season. You know, don't just stop there. Let's keep showing it. Anybody that has made progress in this preseason, keep showing it. I want y'all to go up even further. Raise that plateau. You know, you're not done yet. Raise that plateau. Alright, so, that being said, what you're going to see in this Browns game tomorrow. Number one. And we're going to bring up this Browns depth chart real quick. Because I need y'all to see what we're dealing with. We got Amari Cooper. Now, Amari Cooper is going to get shut down by these corners. I'm not expecting big numbers. They're probably going to double him. As a matter of fact. This is where Anthony Schwartz comes in. Anthony Schwartz will be running one-on-ones with a corner. I don't know which corner, but that corner better not lose. Because if you're doubling up Amari Cooper, you better not lose to Anthony Schwartz. Well, there's something wrong with you. Alright, so Donovan Peoples-Jones, I don't know much about him. David Bell, don't know much about him. Dimitrick. I mean, we're probably looking at one-on-ones versus corners with these guys. You know, maybe short routes. Because that's what Nesbitt likes to do. Jacoby Brissett, my bad. Jacoby Brissett, yeah. Same thing. He likes those short yardage passes. He's a check down Charlie type. So expect a lot of those check down Charlies, you know, when Amari Cooper gets shut down and Schwartz gets shut down. But beware of Schwartz. Okay? Beware of Schwartz. You're going to need some safety help there. Just to make sure he doesn't get those deep balls. He's very talented and very fast. But if you can shut him down early, see, last year, he had 10 receptions, 135 yards, 1 touchdown. That's a 13.5 average. So if you look at Schwartz as a puzzle piece of the whole puzzle, he's dangerous in and of himself. So I'm just saying, watch out for him. Now, they might have him on some trick running plays because they had him rushing for a couple of plays. 6 rushes, 39 yards, 6.5 average, 17 long. So he went on a big trick play and got 17 yards on a run play. So, I mean, let's just be aware, man. Schwartz is no joke. You can't leave this man alone. Alright, let's go to the line. You got Jedrick, you got Joel, you got Ethan at center, Wyatt Teller, and Jack Conklin. Now, I'm not completely familiar with all these guys. I would say that line is probably average at best, unless proven otherwise. Let's see. So this is going to be a very interesting year for the Browns because Watson has been suspended for 11 games. Now, once Watson comes back, that line is not going to matter. I can tell you that right now because Watson is more of a Russell Wilson type. He will run out of the pocket. He will extend, keep things going. We're not going to have to worry about him. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about him because we are not ready for rollout quarterbacks. We're not ready for those RPOs, man. And that's exactly what Watson is. I would know that because I watched him play in a Clemson uniform. Okay? I watched him play in a Houston uniform. I know what he could do, and I know what he can't do. So, y'all trust me on this. Be glad we don't have to deal with him. Now, what we are going to have to deal with is David Njoku. Now, David, if you've been paying attention to David at tight end, we're looking at a 6'4", 246-pound tight end. 6 years in the league. And here's his numbers. You're looking at a consistent 4 touchdowns in his first 2 years. He kind of went downhill in 2019, probably an injury. 2 touchdowns in 2020 when he started getting himself back together. 213 yards, in 13 games. Not too shabby. But last year, excuse me, that's the number you should be worried about. 4 touchdowns. He's back to his old self again. Look at these numbers. 386 in the first year. 639, which is arguably his best year, in 2018. But he had a better average last year than he did in 18. And a longer average play than he did in 18. Which tells me he's getting better. And he did it in less catches than he did in 18. That's not good. We got to watch this guy. So, I'm going to need Shaq. I'm going to need all of these linebackers to step up tomorrow. And watch him like a hawk. I don't want this dude getting past 5 catches tomorrow. I don't want that happening. Because if he gets past 5 catches, we're in trouble. That's going to move the sticks. Plus the running game. which we're going to get to in a second here. But I'm going to tell you, those numbers are frightening. He's getting better. He's getting back to his old self. And I guarantee you, he's going to have 4 touchdowns this year, too. And he did it in the same amount of games. He started in less games than he did in 18, by the way. 3 less games, and he still managed those numbers. Imagine if he started those other 3 games. He'd be sitting at 500 yards. 550, 570, pretty close to 600 yards. And a higher average than that 13.2. Maybe or maybe not a 5th touchdown. Who knows? That's scary, folks. You'd have about 50 catches, roundabout. Maybe a little less. I mean, arguably, right? 3 games. About 10 catches. Selected by the Browns in the first round of 2017 draft. His 11 career receiving touchdowns are tied for the second most by a Browns tight end in their first 4 seasons. I mean, if that doesn't make you concerned, I don't know what does. This is red alert time right here. Watch this guy like a hawk. I want him doubled up. That right there spooks me about that Browns offense. The other thing that spooks me is Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Now, because of the fact that Brissett is a average to below average quarterback, they're going to rely heavily on that running game, which means it's going to be probably a good 65 to 70% run plays. So they're going to be cramming it down our throat. Especially on draw plays and ISOs because they know we're weak to it. Now what does that mean? That means our D-line better stay healthy and strong and dominant during this game tomorrow. That's what I need to see from them. If I don't see it, we're getting screwed for at least 200 rushing yards. I'd say 250 combined with these two. Because Nick Chubb is already a beast. You added Kareem Hunt, who is an absolute monster. I mean, let's look at Kareem Hunt's numbers over his career. 5'11", 216 pounds. You wouldn't even think this dude could do what he does. But, I mean, look at these numbers. His first year with the Chiefs, 272 attempts for over 1,000 yards. 8 touchdowns that year. I mean, granted, he's not in his prime anymore, but this dude is scary. He's still averaging 5 yards per carry. 5 touchdowns. He had 6 in 2020. He had 7 in 2018. You know, this dude is not slowing down. He's just getting less carries because he's getting older. And he's been injured. That's why. But you look at this. One game started. 78 attempts. 386 yards. Good God. You want to talk about scary? And the fact that he got 5 touchdowns? Oh, let's not even talk about his receptions. Let's not even go there. Because you're looking at a career 1,596 yards. This dude is averaging over almost 300 yards every year. Except for last year when he got hurt. In receptions alone. That's why he's got a goose egg for the touchdowns. Otherwise, if that dude had stayed healthy last year, he would have absolutely slayed last year. Slayed. But they ran him to death. And here's the thing. They're going to run Nick Chubb to death too. Nick Chubb is the next victim. They're going to treat him like CMC. Like we're treating CMC right now. They're going to run him to death. It's going to be a run fest. And if we don't manage to stop all these draws and ISOs, they're just basically going to say, we own the trenches. We own the trenches. That's what these offensive line coaches are telling these starting 5 offensive linemen today, right now, in that locker room. I guarantee it. They're saying, we can own these trenches. This line is weak. They're weak. They have a weak line. They have a weak link in there. And these guys know it. And that's why you're going to see a lot of confidence come out from the first starting quarter from that Browns offensive line. But it's going to slowly degrade once we start getting some pressure from Bravion Roy, once we start getting some pressure from Brian Burns later on in the third quarter, then it's going to start degrading. And we can start winning that battle on the trenches, and we can start getting some of those stops that we are famous for getting, around the edges. But that draw play is still going to kill us. These guys do not stop. They are freight trains. So I think between these two running backs and the tight end, I think they're good for at least 17 points by themselves. Now the rest of that offense, I got a lot of questions about, man. But those 3 are good for 17 points. So, that in mind, that's something you go out to pay attention to on that Browns offense. Now the defense. There are a lot of swirling reports that Myles Garrett may not play today, coming into this game on Sunday. I believe he will. I don't know what that injury was that he had, or how serious it was, but I don't think it was that serious because they weren't going trigger happy on Myles Garrett, as far as like taking him out or putting him on the injury list. So that tells me he's going to play. Icky, be wary, man. I can guarantee you that. Alright, so we got Jordan Elliott and Taven Bryan. Now, I don't know how good these defensive tackles are. I've heard good things about Jordan Elliott, but I don't know for sure, how really solid this dude is. 6'4", 303 pounds. That weight suggests he might be a little slower. So that's a little heavier than most defensive tackles I'm used to seeing. So I'm going to keep that in mind. And I may toss that prejudgment out. But right now, that stands out to me right out of the gate. But he seems to be doing okay, though, by the numbers. 2021, you're looking at 3 games started, 26 total tackles, 7 of them solo, 16 assisted. You look at 6 assist solo tackles, 9 assists in a year prior. So he's not a solo tackler. He needs help. A half a sack last year, 1 pass. And the 1 pass deflection is where the offensive lineman fails to keep the defensive tackle's hands engaged. I've talked about that at length. How you got to keep those hands engaged. Otherwise, All they do is throw those hands up, and they go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, guys. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You got to keep those hands engaged. It's like a block in basketball, you know what I mean? Keep them engaged. Otherwise, boop. You know? You know? They go have fun with that right there. I've seen many, many, many defensive linemen pull that off because the offensive linemen just don't know how to do their job correctly. Even though they've been in the league for years and they've been through college for years, you know, for a few years, you know, and they still get taught wrong. And they don't keep those hands engaged. So, it's been a major problem. But that's how that occurred right there. Also, the quarterback could be throwing a low pass as well, so that's a factor as well. Maybe he's trying to hit a check down. Maybe he's trying to hit like a guy over the middle. You know, say, for example. That could happen too. And again, comes down to the hands. So, moving on, you got Clowny. Clowny, of course, we already know who Clowny is. Everybody in the league knows who Clowny is. This dude is tough. He's fast, he's physical, and he can be dangerous at times. Very dangerous. 6'5", 255 from South Carolina. As a Clemson fan, I am very familiar with him. And I know Jared is too, because he's a South Carolina fan. But, yeah, this dude's been doing some work in the league. I'll say that for him. He's been around. Houston Texans let go of him. Went to the Titans. Ended up with the Browns. You know, you looking at 14 games started last year. 37 tackles. He's a solo tackler. He does not need that much help. As evidenced in 2018 Texans, he had 35 tackles, only 9 assists. And he will get pass deflections. He is very, very tough to keep engaged. And as a lineman, you have to be very, very disciplined. And very effective at what you do to keep this dude engaged. Otherwise, he's going to be swatting everything. And that's what I'm concerned about. If Baker gets hurt and PJ comes in, expect at least 2 swats from this man right here. Expect at least 2. You know, in that second half. That's not what we want, folks. Not at all. Because as soon as he sees that raw shark meat, man, he's going to go after it. That's going to motivate him. As soon as he sees PJ in there, oh, it's feeding time for this man right here. He's going to be looking like Von Miller out there. Just, that's what I'm telling you, man. He's one of those predator types, man. When he sees those weaknesses, that's it. It's feeding time. You don't want to mess with that. So, I got respect for whoever is on him, man. Because they're going to have to deal with that. They're going to have to shut him down. That's going to be a tough task. He had 2 forced fumbles last year. I want to point that out, too. He has a forced fumble every single year. Every year. Except for his rookie year. Keep that in mind, y'all. Because we've been bad about giving up that ball. Especially on short passes and the running game. I'm trying to tell y'all. Don't cough up that ball when he's around. Don't do it. He had 3 opposing fumble recoveries in 2018. 3. That's not saying he can't do that again. Eyes peeled. Alright, so moving on down this depth chart. Y'all know who Clowny is now. Anthony Walker, linebacker, Sion. I think I said that name right. Sloan. Is that an I or an O? Let me see. Okay, Sion. I think that's how you say his name. I'm really bad with pronunciation, so please excuse me if I get it wrong. Y'all are more than welcome to give me the correct pronunciation in chat. And do the pronunciation thing, with the hyphens. I would very much appreciate that if I get any of these wrong. Thank you. Because I would really like to learn these guys' names and make sure I'm pronouncing them correctly. 6'1", 238 pounds. Okay, so he's an even measured guy here based on the solo versus assists. So 56 assists versus 71 solo out of 132 total tackles in his career. So he can handle himself, but he also does require help at some times. Okay, so as evidenced by his rookie year in 19, he has 7 assists, 12 solo tackles, so he can handle himself. Alright? That's the first thing I noticed. He had a sack in 2020. He had an interception that year as well. And a pass deflection. And I wonder if that ball wasn't batted into his hands too. Because you never know. I mean, that has happened a good number of times during regular season games. You just don't know. Sometimes these guys are just in the right spot at the right time. Alright, so. Jeremiah Aswu Kuramoa. I saw this dude on my fantasy list, as a possibility to be drafted. And I did pick him up in free agency in fantasy. In my other fantasy league. Not the one for our channel, but for the other one. And I do like the potential here. 6'2", 221 pounds from Notre Dame. I did a little research on this dude. And here's what I found. 43 solo tackles out of 76. 27 assists. A sack and a half. 4 passes deflected. But here's the number that very much interested in me. 2 forced fumbles. Again, you got 2 people now on this defense that can cause fumbles on a regular basis. 2. Eyes peeled, guys, for turnovers. I'm warning you guys of this stuff ahead of time right now, so you know. Anthony Walker, let's take a look at him. 6'1", 235 pounds. Obviously, this guy can handle himself too, as evidenced by the number of solo tackles versus assists. 4.5 sacks over his career. 13 passes deflected. Alright, so watch out for him on that defensive line. Because he will, he'll shift up into the box and he'll get some deflections. Alright. He's had a couple of opposing fumble recoveries. And 1 forced fumble back in 19. Alright, so this is another one we got to watch out for. I don't know if you want to throw it in the middle of the field or not. But in 2019, he had 124 total tackles. Last year, he had 113. The year before, 92. So, I would judge, keep an eye on this dude, man. I think it might be a wise idea. He did have a sack last year. But he's a weak side linebacker, I think. Pretty sure he is. No, middle linebacker. Okay. Middle. Alright. And that's the guy we were looking at. Okay, that's the guy yeah, with the weird name. Alright, so corner. You got Denzel Ward. And Denzel Ward's been around the league for a while now. This guy's a veteran. I mean, if you're not familiar with that name, it's because he's under the radar. He's under the radar very, very good. 5'11", 190. 5 years in the league. 47 career pass deflections. Last year, you didn't see much of him because he was more focused on making sure he stayed on the field and got tackles. You know, because of 33 solo tackles versus the 9. But he also focused on interceptions. As you can see here, 3 picks and a touchdown off of that. So that was his focus instead. But before that, you're looking at 18 pass deflections in 2020. So he was also able to get 2 picks that year too. So every year it looks like 2 or 3 picks consistently. Baker beware. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Baker beware. If you throw this thing too deep, watch out. If you're throwing it near him, I would not recommend it. Especially if Robbie is on him. You know, especially if he's covering Robbie, do not throw that ball deep. In a 50-50 situation with Robbie. You know, and another defender. It's not going to end well. Denzel Ward will pick that thing off. 6 out of 10 times. In those situations. So watch out. Greg Newsome. Everybody knows Greg Newsome at this point. If you're not familiar with him. 6'0", 192. 2 years in the league now. From Northwestern. Now last year, he had 30 solo tackles by himself. 9 pass deflections. 9. Watch out for this dude. He's one of the new premier corners that are going to really step up and become a major problem for wide receivers in the near future. And he's already starting to become a problem. Once he starts focusing on turnovers too, that's the next thing for him is the turnovers. That's the next goal for Mr. Newsome here. And once he gets a couple of picks under his belt, he's going to be a next Pro Bowler. I got no doubt about that. I like those numbers. Alright, so safety, we got Grant. and Robbie here. Ronnie, not too bad. Excuse me again. And you're looking at John Johnson, DeAnthony Bell. I mean, not a spectacular crew right there, but, you know, it's something we may be able to take advantage of back there. Depending. 6'3", 208. One pick last year. 2 pass deflections. 1 sack off of a blitz. Safety blitz. 39 solo tackles, 23 assists. So he needs help. He also forced a fumble. Right? So this is the number that concerns me. Forced fumbles. That's now 4 people that we have to watch out for on turnovers. 4 people on this defense alone. Not to mention our own ineptness when it comes to losing the ball. Which Chubb has been doing a little bit of recently. So I'm a little worried about those turnovers, bro. That's got my attention right now. Right out of the gate looking at this depth chart. I don't like that. And injuries would be problem number 2. You know, if injuries get to us, that could turn the tide of this game real quick tomorrow. And the third problem is our kicker. Now, I told y'all I would get to this. And I am. Alright, so kicker. Eddie. We just picked him up. And another injury. So, I mean, what... I have no idea what to expect right now. As far as who they're bringing in. All I know is it can't be Hacker. Because if he can't be trusted to make a 40-yarder, because a lot of these types of games come down to a field goal. Or maybe 2 or 3. So, that could be a major concern as well. So, I've got 3 major concerns for this game coming up right now. Let's say them again. Number 1, injuries. Number 2, turnovers. And number 3, kicker. Alright. We have got to keep both of these starting 5 on both the offensive line healthy and the defensive line healthy. Or we are really going to be up the creek starting out this season. We got a lot of playmakers on that Browns defense. On paper, it's looking a little fierce. It's looking like one of the better defenses out there. On the field, not so much. I would rather we not throw a deep 50-50 ball to Robbie right now. Because chances are real good that we're going to have Greg Newsome on him. And I don't like that. I don't like that matchup deep. I don't like it at all. I feel like Denzel Ward is going to be on DJ. And we're going to put Greg... They're going to put Greg on Robbie. And if you know Baker Mayfield, he's going to try to air a couple of these balls out to Robbie. And it's not going to end well. I can tell you that right now. 6 out of 10 times, Greg Newsome will try for the pick. And he will get lucky and he will get one. And if you've been watching Baker as a Browns fan, you already know what's coming. But as far as Panthers fans are concerned, we don't know what to expect. And I'm hoping beyond hope this is not the same Baker Mayfield as was in Cleveland, where he was throwing picks. You know, we want him to be throwing dimes. So let's hope. Let's hope beyond hope. We get that preseason Baker, man, where he was throwing really well. That's what we want. That preseason form Baker, man, is going to win us some games if we keep that starting line healthy. And keep that ball away from people like Newsome. But he's not the only one that can cause turnovers, though. Because I pointed out about 2 or 3 of them in the last 5 minutes that could do it. So, running backs, be aware. Especially Foreman and Chubb. Again, I'm going to go back to this Browns running game. They're going to run both of these guys to death. Chubb and Kareem Hunt. They're going to run them to death. Right up the gut. And they're going to establish power up the middle. They're going to say, we will win this battle in the trenches. We will keep moving these chains. We will keep going down the field on you until you stop us. They're going to send a message tomorrow. And that D-line is going to be weathered by the third quarter. Unless y'all step up first. I need a strong statement from this D-line starting out that game in the first quarter tomorrow. And do not let up. I need y'all to dig in. Show these boys that you are not going to be pushed around. And that you will win these trench battles. Otherwise, they will run you over like freight trains. Chubb, Kareem Hunt, these guys don't stop. For 4 whole quarters, they do not stop. When they're healthy and they're on the field. All they need is an opening. And that's it. If any of our starting 4 on that D-line get blocked consistently for about 75% of the game, these guys are going to have a field day. Especially on the inside. We can handle sweeps. We can handle counters. You know, because we're going to have some corner help on those. But unless we put a stop to these draw plays and these ISOs and these power runs, it's not going to look good on the run stats sheet. I can tell you that right now at the end of this. I'm calling it right now, folks. I'm saying it right now. Stay healthy and send a message, D-line. I'm trying to help y'all. I'm warning y'all ahead of time. And as far as our running game goes, do not cough up that ball. Okay? We've seen 3 players on that Browns defense that will go for these fumble recoveries. And they're very good at getting them. Turnovers will kill us. And I hope these coaches are paying attention, man, because this is the stuff that needs to be said in these locker rooms before tomorrow. This is the stuff I need these guys to be talking about all week. Or we're in trouble. We've got plenty of time to prepare for this. There's no excuse. Okay? We've had 2 weeks to prepare for the Browns. Before this season even starts. Fresh out of training camp, fresh out of preseason, We are ready. There is no excuse for not stopping the run. Right out of the gate. And sending a clear message right out of the gate. I want 7 points on the board in that first quarter. Right out of the gate. First 2 drives. Do not screw around, Baker. We need those points on the board because these running backs are good for at least 17 points for Cleveland. Along with that tight end, Schultz. Njoku, sorry. Yeah, along with David Njoku. That's 17 points between the 3 of them. And that's without even Brissett even throwing it long. Or trying to throw a medium or deep pass. That's just him checking it down to these guys. And running the ball. Now, if he was an above average quarterback, we'd be in trouble. Because, well, we may or may not be. Because we got a pretty good secondary. We could shut down probably 3/4 of whatever he could throw out there. But an above average quarterback, we'd probably only be able to shut down half of it. Because we would have our attention divided between the two. And if any of our defensive forefront get hurt, these secondary people have to do double duty. They have to come up, they have to try to stop the run and stop the pass. They're going to be exhausted by the end of these games. And that exhaustion can lead to injuries if you're not careful. So I'm really concerned about that. That's going to be a major problem going through 18 games. Guys, I'm not joking about this. I've seen it happen too many times. I'm trying to warn y'all ahead of time. This is what's going to happen if you don't shut down this run. And it's easier said than done. Because Kareem Hunt is an absolute train when he's healthy. Nick Chubb is a little easier to contain. But he's still tough as a runner. So you've got to close up these gaps. You've got to get off your blocks. You've got to get to these running backs. And finish your tackles. Do not let these guys by you. Or they will run up circles around these people. Alright? I like Luvu. Luvu's going to step up. He's going to help you guys out. But, and I got a feeling if you put Brandon Smith in there, he can help out a little bit too. But you got to start stepping up and getting this done. And these linebackers can only do so much because they're going to be doubling up that tight end. They're going to try to shut him down. That's their job. The linebackers are looking at David Njoku. You're going to have one linebacker available to help you out with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. That's probably about it. And I would hope that would be Frankie Luvu. But I can't guarantee it because Shaq is going to be focused on Njoku. 100% on those plays. To make sure he doesn't get out of containment. Because if he gets out of containment and Jacoby Brissett starts tossing it towards Njoku a lot, that's going to be a problem. Alright, so this is what we're facing, guys. I'd say Browns get at least 14 on the board. Possibly 17. Due to the running game. Beyond that, I can't expect any more than that because I don't know how much they're going to get their hands dirty with Schwartz. I don't know how much they're going to get their hands dirty with Cooper, with our secondary being what it is, but we'll see. Right now, I like what we're looking at, It's going to be a tricky one, man. It is. All right, with that, I'm going to open it up to Zoom chat and anybody that wants to talk.
I really think that PJ Walker should be in instead of Baker Mayfield, to be honest. I feel like Baker's kind of a bust. PJ Walker. PJ Walker, low-key the GOAT, though.
I remember talking to you before about PJ, right? You were the one that was hyping him up last season?
Wait, what?
Weren't you the one that was hyping him up last season, PJ?
No, that has to be Quazanabi.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that was me. I think PJ Walker. I just think he needs another chance. You know what I'm saying?
He looked bad in preseason. He looked real bad in preseason.
Do you think Baker's gonna do good though?
I think Baker will do all right. Yeah, I really do. I got faith in Baker right now. I do have faith in him to get us the 6 to 9 wins that we're looking at on the radar.
That's it, 6 and 9.
Yeah, I don't see any more than that. It would be very, very tricky to get past 9. Unless we get lucky.
Wait, you said what?
I said in case we get lucky, maybe we might see 10, but I doubt it. You know, there's always that like 5% chance that Tom Brady has one of those games like he did last year against the Saints where he doesn't score. But that was very, very rare, and I think that was a fluke.
What do you think about the Dolphins game last season? That didn't look pretty good for y'all, huh?
The Dolphins were a very interesting team last year.
Yeah.
There were a lot of ups and downs.
33-3, that's kind of tough.
Yeah, there were a lot of ups and downs with the Dolphins last year, so, I mean, it could have been a very successful year for them. I think they've got a little bit of ways to go. We'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, getting back to PJ, if you watched him during preseason, the turnovers were a major issue. He's still throwing hospital balls, so he hasn't fixed that yet. And it's going to lead to wide receiver injuries. I'm really worried about that. Same thing that happened to Kirkwood last year. I'm glad Kirkwood finally got his chance to step up in camp and preseason this year and really make his mark. Unfortunately, he's not with this team anymore, which is sad. But, you know, we had a lot of talent in that wide receiver room, so I totally get it. You know, but PJ, if you're paying attention to this, man, please throw less hospital balls, man. You got to work on that arm. Work on that technique. Whatever was working for you for a little bit there, we need that to keep working, you know, like it did in 2020. I don't know what happened, but somewhere along the line, that technique or that arm just broke down. And we're starting to see like some bad reads. We're starting to see some 3 and outs, and it's just not a good look for this dude right here. So, I mean, I'm not ready to toss him to the Wolves just yet, but I mean, there's been a lot of people that think that it's a good idea to do so. But right now, this was going to be our 4th-string practice squad guy. Hecker would be our 5th. That's what we're looking at. Do you think, with all the hospital ball throws that he has, do you think he can improve within a year?
Wait, who are we talking about?
PJ.
Sorry.
Yeah, PJ Walker.
Oh, PJ Walker. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think that he'll do good if he gets another chance with our better O-line, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, here's the thing. In preseason, you looked at him, and he had a clean pocket when he was throwing most of these balls. I mean, I'll grant you in 2020 and 21, he didn't exactly have a clean pocket. So, in 21, you could kind of make that excuse for him, but in this preseason, for him to not throw good balls in preseason with a good O-line and clean pocket, it's you can't lean on that excuse anymore. That's the problem.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Onto our defense, like I think our defense is gonna do good, especially Sean Chandler. You know,
Sean Chandler.
he's gonna
I'll
go
grant
crazy.
you 2 good preseason games from Sean Chandler. Was impressive. I need to see 2 good regular season games from him before I can throw all my eggs in one basket, and not toss one of the safeties, to the Wolves. So I'm okay with the fact that we actually kept one of the safeties on the practice squad. That's a good thing, but I'd like to see him on the 53 instead. That would be much safer and much smarter.
True.
Until you're 100% sure that he can do this on a consistent basis in the regular season.
I definitely agree with Lucifer there. I think Sean Chandler is a great safety add-on for us.
I'm a little worried that run game is going to get these corners and safeties hurt, though, man. I just have that feeling, man. And it's a growing gut feeling, man. I don't like it. Shout out to David Screws. Shout out to Sam Darnold Buns. How y'all doing? I have been on for about 2 hours now. To answer your question. Alright. So, I mean, you look at this Browns offensive unit. Which ones scare you right now?
I think, honestly, wait, is Myles Garrett playing?
Yeah, that's defensively. I was talking about offensively, starting out. Which ones scare you?
Offensively.
Yeah, we'll get to the defense in a second.
I think Amari Cooper and David, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, to be honest.
Njoku, yeah. I would agree with that. I've been tracking David Njoku. And this dude's a scary man.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie to you. I got his numbers up.
He gets open like Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen was like that. Great tight end. That got open.
Both Greg Olsen and David Njoku went to Miami. That's why they're goated. They went to Miami.
That's correct. And I mean, did he suffer an injury in 2019? Is that why he didn't start but one game?
Yeah.
I figured as much. What was the injury?
I think his knee.
That makes
sense. I don't know. I kind of forget.
That makes sense. That lines up with the numbers that we're seeing here. Because, you had a recovery year in 2020 as well, but he was about almost back to full strength. And then back last year, you're looking at 475 yards again and 4 touchdowns. So it's back to the usual numbers. Back to business. Yeah, that dude worries me, man. I'm not going to lie to you. We're going to need 2 linebackers to keep this dude in check. And the third's got to focus on that run game. That's real talk, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It's
right.
crazy.
And looking at this offense, I've been looking at Nick Chubb. I've been watching Kareem Hunt for a number of years now. I know exactly how dangerous both of them are. I just have a feeling they're going to pull a CMC with Nick Chubb, though. And just overuse him. Something just tells me they're going to do that. But if they 50-50 the snap count between the two of these guys, they won't overuse them. And they'll get the most out of both of them. That's what I'm feeling with those two. As far as the offensive line, who do you think is their weakness? Because I'm not as familiar with their O-line. Going over to the chat, Baker's dozen for the Browns. Baker is going to pull more than a dozen on him. I want to see vengeance. They did this man wrong. Absolutely, I agree. They totally did him wrong. I mean, Baker's got full right to be upset with Cleveland after the way the management treated him. He had one good year with them, and then you gotta throw him to the Wolves? Oof. I would want it. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't say it publicly, but I would want absolute vengeance on the Browns. He's going to come out there and play like a dog. There ain't no telling what's going to result on that scoreboard, but I'll tell you this. He's going to come out there fighting. No doubt. Browns team to the playoffs and beat the Steelers. Yes. That hasn't been done since 94. That tells you something about this man. Thank you. Thank you, David Screws, for pointing that out right there. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, he just won a playoff game. And they leave it at that. They don't talk about the actual playoff game or how he won.
David Screws is big guy.
You know, that's a major game right there. That's a major win for Browns history. You know, you look at all those years the Steelers have bullied the Browns. And then 94 was the last time you saw the Browns rise up, man. That's a long time. So, any quarterback, any talented player that can do that. Yes, sir.
Wait, is Deshaun Watson playing?
Nope, Deshaun Watson is suspended for 11 games.
I thought it was 6.
I'm hearing 11. Could be 6 though, but I'm hearing 11. Anybody got confirmation on that? Anyone in chat? Confirm that?
Deshaun Watson's actually starting tomorrow.
No. Jacoby Brissett is.
No, inside source told me that Deshaun Watson will actually be starting tomorrow.
He's suspended, bro. I don't know what inside source you got, but he's been suspended, man.
Actually,
okay, it's 11.
Roger
ESPN
Goodell
confirmed
told me
it.
himself that he will be starting tomorrow. Roger Goodell told me himself.
David Screws, my guy that's been researching this stuff, says 11. ESPN confirmed it. I trust ESPN right now. I trust
Really?
That's right.
You trust ESPN over Roger Goodell?
I do, for the most part.
You trust ESPN over the NFL commissioner himself? That's like saying you trust Matt
What source
Rule
do you
over.
have? What source do you have?
That's like saying you trust Matt Rule over Scott Fitter.
No. What source do you have to back that up? That Roger
Roger
said
Goodell.
that. What
He
website?
texted me.
What website? What source do you have that confirms that Roger said that?
My text messages.
Text messages?
Yes.
No. That's not a credible source. All due respect, that's not a credible source, bro. Sorry. I'm going to trust ESPN on this one. Alright, I mean, so my next question is, looking at this line, where's the weakness? That's my question. Because the only name I really recognize off this line is Conklin. And I barely know this guy. 308 pounds, 6'6", Michigan State. Ah, that's how I know him. He's from the Titans, originally. Okay, that makes sense. Originally drafted by the Titans in the first round. Yep, that's how I remember that name. Yep. Okay. Two-time first team Associated Press. Selected to the PFWA All NFL team last year. He also helped the Titans with their rushing game. And worked with Derrick Henry. And the Titans set a franchise record of 264 rushing yards against Jacksonville in 2018. Okay, so this guy does not look like our weakness. This guy looks like the guy that they're going to run Chubbs and Kareem Hunt past with his blocks. So I would be very, very aware of the right side of the offensive line for the Browns, which would be the left side of our defense. Be aware, guys. Alright, Teller. Let's take a look at Teller. Teller, 5 years in the league, 6'4", 314 pounds, Virginia Tech. He was with the Buffalo Bills for a year. Earned All-Pro honors in 2020. Acquired via trade from the Bills in 2019. I'd be very interested to see what that trade entailed there. I like keeping up with stuff like that. So their center, 6'6", 309 pounds. It looks like these guys are big guys, man. Seattle Seahawks. Ooh. That gets my attention right there. Second rounder by Pete Carroll. Signed by the Browns in 2022. Let's see. 40 career starts, 29 at center, 6 at right guard, 5 left guard across 5 seasons. Okay, so he's a multi-dimensional guy. Okay. Help with the rushing yards of 2,560 yards. Leading the league in 18. That's interesting. All right. So, now we go to the left guard. Let's learn about him. 6'4", 320 pounds. Ooh, this is a big guy. This is a big boy from Nevada. Okay. He stayed healthy for about 4 seasons now. Okay, so he's a second rounder. 3-time Pro Bowl selection. First Browns guard to be named 3 consecutive Pro Bowlers since Pro Football Hall of Famer Gene Hickerson. Wow. This is a solid guy right here. I mean, on paper, these guys look solid, man. I'd say up the middle is probably your weakness. Probably the center. Ethan looks like the weakness so far. But let's keep looking. 6'4", 307 pounds, Jedrick Willis. 2 years in the league. Let's see. 4th offensive lineman to win the award. Okay. So he's a first rounder as well. Interesting. He's from Alabama. 3 years in the league. Huh. I mean, okay, so looking at all that information, where do you see a weakness, guys? In your opinion? This is going to be a rough one. Trying to get pressure past these guys. On paper. Now, there's no guarantee these guys are going to stay as strong and ruthless on the line as they were last year. But, on paper, they look real, real good. And I don't know where you go from there. Can't wait for the game. Been a long week. Goodness. Yeah. I feel that one, man. Feel that one. I mean, if I was going to point out a weakness, probably Ethan. Ethan here at center. And possibly left tackle. I mean, that's just roughly on paper right now. Because Jedrick hasn't been around for very long. And, you know, he hasn't gotten time to really gel. You know, like some of the rest of these guys have. So, that to me says we need to attack that left side. I'm going to say attack Jedrick. And try to push Jedrick here. And Ethan up the middle. Maybe a linebacker blitz, possibly. When you think it's going to be a short pass, go for a linebacker blitz, possibly, and see what happens there. Maybe add an extra rusher on that left side, you know, to attack Jedrick. Let's see what happens there. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't work, drop them back. You know, let's take away the targets. Because the less targets you see in short yardage and medium range, the less of a chance that Jacoby is going to be successful. Because he's a check down Charlie type. So that would be the way I would attack Jacoby Brissett in this offense. And mostly load the box about, I'd say 75% of the game. Load up the box and just make sure that Nick and Kareem Hunt don't run circles around you. But also do keep in mind we're going to need some safety help on Schwartz and Cooper. So that's going to be one of those things we got to keep an eye on. And we also want to double up David Njoku over the middle and make sure he doesn't get those 5 or 10 yards that keep moving the chains. Alright, so if we win and the Bucks lose, I'll be so happy. Absolutely, man. I don't know that the Bucks will lose, though. That's the problem I've got with this. It's going to be tough. You know, it is. I'm not going to lie to you. These guys are going to be competitive. They're going to try to send a message, man. Right out of the gate in that first quarter. And we're going to need to step up, and we're going to need to make sure that these guys don't have too much fun on our secondary. So, here we go. There we go. So, that being said, any questions or any thoughts that you guys have that are in Zoom right now? Again, I do want to bring up Davian Nixon because that one bothers me right there too. I don't like that. We pick up a defensive end from the Jets, formerly from the Jets, and we replace Nixon with him. That's one of those situations where I really do think Matt is trying to mess around with this roster and make it a Jets roster, and I don't like it. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Who do we have for the Falcons Saints game? Okay, I'll cover that next. Alright, so first game this week. Buffalo and the Rams. And I did get a chance to watch this game. And I'm going to say this right now. Josh Allen looked amazing in this game. He looked amazing. 26 for 31, 297 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. You know, looking at around the league here. You're looking at 31 points on the board for Buffalo. And I'm glad we don't have to deal with these guys because they are just getting better and better and better as we go along. You know, you're dealing with Stephon Diggs, 8 receptions, 122 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, this is a dynamic Bills offense here. This is a scary team.
Yo, hello?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What's up? So, I don't know if you can tell by the name, but, like, I think the Browns are going to be pretty good this year.
I think the Browns will be okay. Right at the moment, you're dealing with Jacoby
I think
Brissett.
the Browns are going to be trash. Get that out of here.
You're a bozo.
No, you suck. The Browns suck. Get
You're a
that out of here.
bozo, bro.
No, the
We have the
Browns
best
are trash.
quarterback in
Get
the
that out
league.
of here.
We have the best quarterback in the league.
Y'all are trash. Get out of here. Y'all are trash.
What were
Hey,
you just
hey,
saying?
hey,
What were
hey,
you
hey.
just saying?
All right.
The Browns are freaking ass. That's what I'm saying.
How many yards do you think David Njoku is going to put up this year? Since we got some Browns fans up in here.
The Browns suck.
I'm going at least a 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, shut up, Deshaun Watson fan. The
At
Browns
least
are
800. At
trash.
least 800.
Yeah, shut up.
He's got like a Darren Waller, Travis Kelce type numbers.
Yeah, you're a lunatic. Shut up.
I was thinking the same
You're a
thing, like
bozo.
about 500 yards or
Shut
something
up, you
like that.
lunatic, you moron. Deshaun Watson.
You're a bozo.
fan.
You said Sam Darnold was the best quarterback in the league.
He is the best quarterback in the league.
He is? He is? So he's
No.
starting over Baker week 1 then.
Sam
He's
Darnold
starting over
is the
Baker
best
week 1?
He's hurt.
He's hurt.
Yes,
He's hurt.
The Browns suck.
All right. So I'm feeling about 550 yards, something like that, for Njoku this year. 4 touchdowns, probably.
How many touchdowns do you think Deshaun Watson's putting up this year?
That would depend on what he does when he comes back from his suspension.
I don't really get, why is he suspended again?
Because of the sexual assault allegations.
Didn't he clear, most of those, though?
Most of them, yeah. Apparently not all of them, because he settled with the league. So, yeah, ESPN is confirming it is 11.
11 is crazy, I feel like. That's, the entire season.
I agree.
I mean, 11
I never
is,
truly believed he was guilty of any of these myself either. So, I don't know.
11 is, half the season. If you're 11 in, you're in that deep, you might as well finish. They should just go ahead and, make it 16. They're kind of in too deep on that. They kind of have to finish.
Hey,
I feel like
you're a pigeon. Shut up.
That depends on league discipline, there's a lot of factors in that we really don't have full information on. So,
Deshaun Watson, fan of that whole pigeon. Dude has no brain cells. Imagine being a Browns fan.
you think Sam Darnold's the best quarterback in the league.
Imagine being a Browns fan.
Imagine thinking Sam Darnold's the best quarterback in the league.
Imagine being a Browns fan.
all right, so we're talking about the Bills and Rams game here.
Ooh. I think
how far do you
Ramsey's the
think
best
Bills are
quarterback in the
gonna
league.
go this year? Do you think Super Bowl?
Oh, the Bills?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they'll probably finish second in their division to the Dolphins.
I mean, you look at this defense, man. This is a scary defense. I mean, look at Von Miller. Von Miller just had himself a day. You look at his numbers: 4 solo tackles, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for a loss. I mean, the dude is terrifying on the field to deal with. Absolutely terrifying. He's nightmare level of trying to game plan around. Just like Luke Kuechly was back in the day. You could compare him to that. Talent-wise and smarts-wise. He's... For what he does... and there were a few people that wanted him listed as a defensive end on fantasy, but I mean, realistically, this dude has sack numbers that are listed up there above 2 Hall of Famers, by the way. 2 major Hall of Famers. So this dude is terrifying.
Yeah. You think he's what would you rate him in the league as top edge rushers? What number do you think he is? Top 3, top 5?
Definitely top 3. I mean, you look at 117.5 sacks for his career. 26 forced fumbles for his career. This is absolutely scary. I would not want to battle that right now. With our team the way it is right now, as fragile as it is, I would not want to deal with it. Because that line is not going to hold up. Not against Vaughn.
I mean, the Panthers, who's the best pass rusher they faced last year?
Best pass rusher we faced last year? That's a tough one. I would have to do a little research on that one. But right now, I'm gonna say Von Miller. And I think there was like one or two others that were really good too. Um, One in particular from Dallas, and I think there was one
Parsons?
from oh god, I would really have to look that up though. Let me see. Who do we play last year again? I gotta look at the schedule.
Deshaun Watson fan probably
I could
picks his
probably
nose
tell
and
you.
eats it.
Yeah, Dallas had a pretty good pass rusher. And the Bills, obviously, with Von Miller.
Well, yeah.
Realistically, it's those two.
I don't know.
The
What's
rest
his
of
name?
them is
For the
tough.
Patriots.
Yeah, the
What's his name?
Patriots do have a pretty good pass rusher set usually. And that's thanks to Belichick. He's very good at drafting these guys. And
The Eagles. The Eagles. What do you think about their pass rush? Like, what do you think about the Eagles? Well, I know we lost to the Eagles last year.
Eagles were that trap game, man. I told everybody to watch out for the Eagles and the Vikings because, you know, one of those two is going to beat us, and it's not going to end well. But for the rest of the year, we always fall into those trap games, and I'm looking at the box score. Let me see.
Yeah, that Eagles game.
Units. Let's see.
I think the Panthers should have won that game. You don't get a fluke punt block, they win the game. Remember the punt block at the end of the game?
Sweat was really good.
Shut up, Deshaun Watson fan. You're embarrassing.
Sweat had a sack in that game and a tackle for a loss.
For the Commanders?
No, for Eagles.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what's his name for the Commanders. I know you're talking about the Eagles. Yeah, the Sweat for the Eagles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a very dangerous pass rusher, guys.
Deshaun Watson fan.
We also stole Hassan Reddick.
That is true too.
Deshaun Watson fan showers in his own pee.
Bro.
Guys. Keep it civil, all right?
Me personally, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect. Vogue, I wouldn't take that, bro.
But yeah, I got odds on the Bills being in that last four for sure. You know, it'll depend. I think the Chiefs will make it up there too, but it'll depend on how that divisional round goes. You know, I think there's about 4 or 5 teams that could legitimately compete right now and, you know, match up evenly with the Bills. Ultimately, you know, you look at Von Miller, you look at the history of which teams have had Von Miller, and it's just obvious that any teams that get Von Miller for a number of years are going to win a Super Bowl. It's just obvious. He does not join any team that is not loaded in the last 10 years.
Yeah. So what are your predictions? Like, what do you think the playoff teams will be for each conference? The NFC and the AFC. What teams, if you did, like 1 through like the seeds, 1 through 7, or just the teams that'll make it?
All right, as far as the AFC East, we'll start there. Buffalo Bills will definitely win it. New England will put up a good fight. Dolphins will be 3rd. Jets will be 4th. Let me restart Zoom since it does that from time to time. My apologies to everybody. It's a sample. Zoom. Until I can find an alternative, that's what we're dealing with. But yeah, starting out, Bills first place, Patriots second, Dolphins third, Jets fourth. I mean, that's plainly obvious at this point. It's Belichick. Of course, they're going to be in second. The Dolphins are going to put up a fight, though, so it's going to be an interesting battle between these two, Dolphins and Patriots. I don't know which one's going to win. Offhand, until I see him play. But right now, battle for second. Bills have that lead for sure. But I think Patriots.
Mm-hmm. You think the Patriots will beat the Dolphins this year?
I'm pretty confident they will, even with their quarterback issues right now. I feel pretty confident in that prediction right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I mean, this is before the season starts predictions right now. So a lot can happen in 18 games. A lot of injuries can happen. So who knows?
So out of the AFC East, you had the Bills making it, and who else? Or you had the Patriots making it to the playoffs?
Patriots will be fighting for a wild card spot. But I don't know if they get it or not.
I don't think they get it. I don't think they get it. I feel like there's just too many teams fight. They're gonna have to play too many. I don't know. I think there's too many teams fighting for that that last spot.
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's my thought process too. And you go into the North, you look at Cincinnati Bengals and Baltimore. Baltimore, when they're at home during that playoff stretch, when they're trying to fight for a playoff space, are very, very dangerous.
If Lamar
Extremely
stays healthy.
dangerous. So,
Yeah.
we have them week 11. And, I mean, that's the
That-
start of that playoff run. Right there.
Yeah.
So, that's extremely dangerous timing. To have them in Baltimore. I don't know about that game, man. We'll have to see how many injuries we have, what we're looking like. What our weaknesses are and our strengths.
The Panthers just gotta win the freebie games, like the ones against,
Exactly.
or not the freebie games, but just like the ones against who was it? The Lions, the
Yep.
Seahawks, the what other? There was another one. Let me look at the schedule. Giants.
Yep.
We gotta beat the Saints at least once.
Correct.
We probably go Falcons. We gotta go 2-0 against the Falcons.
Yep.
And right there, that's like Steelers. Steelers are, kind of, I don't know. They're not very good, but I think that could be a
They're
win.
that 50-50 team that could come out of nowhere and sneak a victory on us. So we got to be careful.
Yeah. But like I said, we beat
That
the
could be a
Giants.
trap game.
We beat the Giants, Falcons twice, Seahawks 4, Lions 5, Steelers 6, Saints once. That's 7 wins right there.
Yeah.
And then you gotta find a way to beat like a team like the Browns and the I don't know.
Denver Broncos. Don't forget the Broncos.
Denver Broncos, yeah.
They have
Tampa.
Russell Wilson now.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have a pretty good wide receiver out there, Chalk.
I think we're gonna need to
So we
beat
got to
Tampa
be careful.
once. We gotta find a way to beat Tampa once. We've lost to them the past 3 years now.
Well, it's because of Tom
Ever since
Brady.
they've had Brady,
He keeps shredding
We
us.
haven't had him. Yeah. We haven't even stayed competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Tom Brady. If we
Yeah.
can catch him like what the Saints did last year, I swear I think this was a fluke where he didn't score a single point. You'd have to go back to his rookie year to find a game where he didn't score a single point.
Yeah.
That is
I mean, they only won
terrifying.
like 9-0 that game. They won with Taysom Hill at quarterback.
I mean, I see 6 wins, possibility of 7 with Seattle. You know, because the Seattle roster doesn't scare me that much. But
Mhm.
window, the door is cracked for 9. You know what I'm saying? The door is cracked for 9. I
Yeah.
can see it.
I could see us starting the season 3-0 again.
Absolutely. I definitely see 3-0. I see a win over the Browns. I see a win over the Giants. I see a win over the Saints at home. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is
And
where
the
we're going to think
Cardinals?
that we're too cocky for our own backyard. And
Like the Cowboys were last year.
yep. Well, the Cowboys game went exactly as I predicted it would. You know, I predicted we would go head to head gun shooter with the Cowboys and lose by 7. And we did exactly that. So that
Yeah.
game told me exactly where we were. And it was exactly where I thought we were. Which was a good thing, you know, last year. So that wasn't our trap game last year. Our trap game was the Eagles game.
And the Vikings.
Yes. I knew we were going to lose one
And
of those 2
we
games,
lost to
and I
the
figured we
Giants.
would
That was
beat the
bad.
Vikings.
Honestly, I kind of lost all hope when they lost to the Giants. I was like, yeah,
That's
that
season
was like
right there.
that was
was season. We're not coming back from that.
losing to if we lose to the Giants week 2, like I don't know. That's
And in the most embarrassing way, too. If that happens again, I'm going to lose my mind.
like we couldn't move the ball like down the field. I don't know.
I don't
That's just some
understand.
Sam Darnold type stuff.
It's like we didn't even suit up for that game last year.
They made Daniel Jones look like he was like
Superman out there. Yeah, exactly. I was like, really? I was like, are you all serious about this? Like, that's
that
what
game
told
was
me. I
good.
was just like, this team sucks.
That was the point where I was like, bro, Sam Darnold's not the answer.
Yeah, he's
He was
definitely not
bad.
it. We got to win that Giants game. We've got to this year. I just will not accept an L for that one. Absolutely not. That's got to be a win.
Yeah.
We got to send a message to the league that we are not shark bait. That we are not going to get stepped on.
Even though we've been at Giants 2 years. I don't really know how that worked scheduling. Why we've been at Giants twice.
I don't know how that happened either. That was weird.
Why didn't they switch it? Like we should have been home.
I don't know
And
either,
then-
man.
And like the Cardinals. Oh, actually, no, the Cardinals. Yeah, we played at Cardinals last year. What else? What other teams? Don't worry about the Bengals.
Yeah, the
is gonna be
Bengals
rough.
game I've already got down as an L. What I'm concerned about is these two right here, the Cardinals game and the 49ers. Those two are our trap games. 100%,
They're both
because we're going to
home.
think, going in 3-0, that we are way too big for our britches. We go into this Arizona game, and we think, man, we got this. We're at home. Easy win. You know, we got the crowd behind us. All of a sudden, you see Kyler Murray just lighting us up. And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, no. Oh, no.
Or if
No,
Kyler
no.
stays healthy. Last year they didn't have him.
You know? That's what I don't want to see. That's what I don't
Yeah.
want to see week 4.
I think if we just win one of those games, that would put us in a good spot. If we can win
Yeah,
one
I'll
of them,
take that Niners game, man. I'll take that one. If we can get that Niners game at home, that'll feel good, too,
Yeah.
because we lost that. Remember the last time we played the Niners, man? In their stadium? That did not end well.
yeah.
That did not end well at all. We need that win right there.
And then we go play
To
at
send a
Rams,
message to the league.
and then that's a pretty tough stretch. Cardinals, Niners, Rams, Buccaneers.
Yeah, We're
But then
losing
we
to
play
the
the
Rams,
Falcons.
guaranteed. We're losing to the Bucks, guaranteed. Falcons will be a win. Bengals will probably be an L. That's in their stadium. Yep, that's definitely an L. Win against the Falcons. Baltimore Ravens at their stadium. That's going to be a tough one. We got to really bring everything we got against that Ravens team. If we want that win, we got to earn it.
Because last year they were super injured and they still were competing. They had like third string players all around.
Yes.
They still were
Slaughtering them. This is a very, very dangerous Baltimore team at home. I'm warning people right now. This ain't the time to play these guys.
I think they might beat. I think they might win their division this year. I don't know if the Bengals are going to be able to repeat what they did last year.
It's going to be a tight race. It really is.
Because the Bengals really weren't even that great in the regular season last year. They were.
Yeah, they snuck in there.
So it's Friday.
Yeah,
night
didn't
dinner.
they?
All of a
I
sudden,
know they beat the Chiefs, but
you
like they
get
were
the
like
ball. Bundling your home and car
what were they,
insurance
10-7?
could save you hundreds.
or 11-6.
I
don't
believe
remember.
so. Yeah. All right, so you got Baltimore winning that AFC North with the Bengals in a wild card spot probably,
Yeah.
or battling for it. Now I'm gonna throw a wrench into this whole system with the AFC South here. Remember, the Colts now have Matt Ryan. And there's another wrench into this system is that Travis Etienne is back in Jacksonville. So with Trevor Lawrence and Etienne working together, that's going to be some mega points right there. Y'all better watch out for that Jacksonville offense. I'm telling you, once he gets some weapons and he
now,
gets a line,
a short meditation for
that's
this
a
crypto
terrifying
winter.
team right there on offense. Because I know what Trevor Lawrence is capable of. Because I've seen 2 or 3 years of it in Clemson. So I know. Y'all ain't even seen a fraction of what he could do yet. You've seen some nice throws, but you ain't seen nothing yet. That's going to be a battle between these two right here. The Colts and the Jags.
You even think that this year? I don't think the Jags are quite there yet.
Yeah, Colts are going to win the division, but it's going to be tough. Colts are going to win the division. I
got the Jags being like, I think they're like the third best. I think they're just below, like they're on like the Titans level. I don't think they're. I don't think they're better than the Texans, but they're not. I don't think they're
right.
Quite.
They need a line and they need some weapons on offense. They need a little bit more defensive help too. Once they get all of that, then they start making their run. And y'all better watch out. Houston, Tennessee, y'all better watch out because they're going to run y'all over. It's going to be scary.
The Colts were good. The Colts should have. I mean, if the Colts didn't have Carson Wentz,
yeah,
they're definitely making the playoffs. Carson Wentz cost them many games.
Yep.
Like especially the games against the Titans. They should have won most of those games. And when he throws interceptions into the end zone.
Yep. Nobody is scared of Carson Wentz right now.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Honestly, I really don't understand why I don't know. The Commanders I don't really understand that decision, going out to get Carson Wentz. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's not even that much of a
That's
they could have drafted
like
a guy
dumb, with his roster.
Yeah.
Point blank. That's just
I don't
Rivera.
I think they would have been better off drafting like a rookie quarterback. They would have been better off drafting a rookie quarterback, one of the rookies. Like, who did they draft? John Dotson?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they would have been better at taking they got what's his name? Sam Howell.
Yeah, Sam Howell is going to be pretty good. I wanted him.
So I think they should have just took a shot at him and just I don't know. I feel like Carson Wentz is just like don't know.
I
He's just
did warn
average.
people about Sam Howell, and he ran circles around us in preseason. I just
Yeah.
want to point that out. Granted, it was against second and third stringers, but still, I warned y'all.
I mean, we had second or third
Watch
stringers
out
all
for this dude.
preseason.
He ain't gonna be in the bottom of that depth chart long.
He probably will pass Carson Wentz by next year.
Absolutely, I believe it. He just needs some NFL training, man. You know,
Yeah.
give him a year, learning under some
Some
of the coaches there.
Same for the. I think it'll be the same for the Titans. I think Tannehill will. I don't know. He's getting a lot of money though.
Yeah. All right, so we move over to the AFC West. This is a very, very dangerous place right here. This is the Wild Wild West of the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
And
you
got an absolute battle going on between the Chiefs, the Raiders, and the Chargers, and all of them are equal in division titles.
I think 3 of them will make it this year.
All 4 of them are really, because if you look at Denver Broncos history, it's a very, very even division.
Have all 4 teams made it before in the playoffs?
No.
That's got to be. They have to like all split like 1-1, one in between like all of them for that to happen.
Yeah, all the rest of the AFC has to really suck for that to happen. I don't see it.
But I think 3 of them will.
Yeah,
I think it'll be. I think the Chiefs and the Chargers are like locks.
Yeah.
Raiders
I don't know. For wild card.
The Raiders, yeah, I think it'll be the Raiders.
Don't underestimate the Raiders, man, because when the Chiefs and the Raiders go at it, it is an absolute titan fight.
Except last year.
It's an absolute slaughter fight.
Was that last year when they
They split?
What was the year that they lost by like 40? What was the year the Raiders lost by 40? Like they were like stomping on their logo and they lost by like 40.
Oh,
was that last year?
Man. That was like 2 or 3 years ago.
That was 2-3 years ago.
I think. I'm not 100%
I feel like
sure.
I feel like that was like last year. Oh my gosh.
I would have to double check that.
Let me look it up.
Because I know both
Let's
of
look
these
up
teams split last year. So, really, whoever wins that division in the West is going to have to battle the Bills. And that's the real power of the AFC right there.
Yeah,
That's
it was
power
last
division.
year. The Raiders played the Chiefs December 12th, 21, and the Chiefs won 48-9.
God.
I remember that last year because they
That's
the
the
Raiders
Chiefs in full prime form. They're just dangerous.
They beat them twice last year. They beat them 48-9 and 41-14.
Okay, so I was thinking about the year before then. Because they split the year before.
They destroyed the Raiders. They won 48-9 and 41-14.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. KC was just... God.
They started off the year so bad, and then they just...
That's true.
I feel like it just took them a lot. Remember at the beginning of the year, it was... The problem was they couldn't... What was it? They had a switch. I don't remember what exactly it was, but one part of the year, their offense couldn't score, and then one part of the year, their defense was just carrying them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or the other way around. One part of the year, their offense was carrying them, and then one part of the year, the defense was carrying them.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, that's your power division of the AFC for 100% sure.
I think the worst division is probably the Colts division. That's probably the worst division.
Most likely.
I don't think. I feel like it's just when it comes to well-rounded teams, you got the Texans, the Jags, and the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like even in the AFC East, you got the Bills, which is one of the best teams in the NFL,
Mm-hmm.
and you got the Dolphins and
Mm-hmm.
the Super Bowl team that just went to the Super Bowl. So
I've just got a strong feeling Bills are going to the Super Bowl.
mm-hmm.
I got a strong feeling. They just took down the Rams.
Plus,
They made it look easy.
during the season when they got that home, if they get the 1 seed, it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be just like I don't know. They just play good in there.
Whoever gets in there, ain't gonna be happy about that one.
Despite even though the Packers have been at home the past 4 years, and they still can't beat anybody, even with it being negative 10 degrees.
Yeah, the weather isn't a factor anymore.
Yeah. Because I remember that 49ers game that they had home field advantage. They had Jimmy
everything
Garoppolo
going for them, and they still couldn't pull it off.
Just a punt block, and I don't know.
I was like, good Lord, man.
49ers should have made it to the Super. I mean, if they come down with the interception, they're probably going to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I don't think they win, but
yep.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. That would have been a pretty good game. I don't know. I feel like they played different. Like the Niners and the Rams just played. They have a different play style.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Niners are more just run the ball and then kind of pass when needed.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams were just pass and then run on 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out Thursday.
Yeah, so looking at these divisions, I mean, in the NFC, you got the Cowboys, Giants, Eagles, Washington. All right, so here's how I'm looking at it. The Giants are trash. Washington is 3rd place. So it's going to be between Eagles and Cowboys again. Not a surprise.
I think the Cowboys will get it. I don't know. I feel like the Eagles are good.
It's a 50-50 shot here. I got the Cowboys because the Cowboys are a little bit more loaded than the Eagles are.
Yeah.
They did a little bit better job of filling in those gaps in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just not sold on Jalen Hurts. I feel like
not either.
I think he's a good running quarterback, but like even that game against the Panthers, he didn't really he couldn't make a real read. I mean, he was just kind of playing the I feel like him and Sam Darnold in that game, like Sam Darnold made mistakes, but he wasn't really able to he was just kind of he was like sitting there trying to he doesn't really let the play and the playoff game against Tampa Bay last year, which was the end of the year, he just didn't look comfortable. He didn't look like I don't know. You give him a little bit of confusion and he can't sit in the pocket and make a good throw. He's kind of got to roll out. And, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't think that he's good enough to. I don't think he's good enough to beat a really good defense, like a top tier defense. He can run he can run the ball well. He's probably one of the best rushing quarterbacks, but when it comes to a team that figures that out,
we actually did figure him out. The problem is we had a terrible rushing defense. And don't let that average fool you from Phil Snow, because look at the touchdown numbers last year.
Yeah,
and half of them were from quarterbacks. I want to point that out too. 15 of them.
Our defense was pretty good last year. I feel like even I don't know. I watched the Panthers last year, and I felt like most of the time I watched the games, I felt like when we were on defense, I felt more confident in us scoring, making a play than we did on offense. I was nervous.
I agree.
Every single time we dropped back to pass, I was like, "This is an interception going the other way, pick 6."
Excuse me. Mm-hmm.
I felt like it was just crazy. And even when they got even when we got yards gained on us, we didn't really give up that many just drives. Start of the 20, 80 yards down the field, touchdown. I feel like every single time we give up a touchdown, it was because the offense turned the ball over or threw an interception or something like that.
Right.
Maybe against the Bills, they drove down a couple times, but even that Bills game, the defense didn't play awful.
That's true.
I know we gave up 31, but I mean, we had some plays in the beginning of the game, like the fumble. Brian Burns missed the fumble 6 in the first play of the game, and he can't pick it up.
Oh man. You know, this is going to be a very, very interesting year for a number of reasons. We got the NFC North. Bears are terrible. Lions are terrible. So it's going to be the Vikings and Packers again.
Mm-hmm.
And if we learned anything about Aaron Rodgers, he's a beast during the regular season, but terrible during the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 12 wins from the Packers again, probably. At least 4 from these guys, from the Bears and the Lions. That's obvious.
Mm-hmm. I think the Lions. I don't know. Lions aren't that bad. I feel like the Lions are. They're better than the Bears, I think.
I think so too. Well, and we'll go to the West before we hit our division here in the South. The West, we got a battle between the Rams and I believe the Cardinals.
Yeah.
The Cardinals are going to be that dark horse NFC wildcard team that are just going to sneak up on everybody.
The Cardinals were good. The Cardinals is kind of well. Kyler Murray got hurt, and they just kind of after that happened, they just
if they can
kinda
keep
faded
him
off.
healthy, I think it's going to be a very interesting year for Arizona. And
They started 6-0 or something like that. 6-0.
Yeah, and again, I want to say that a lot of this is credit to Coach Wilkes. That was over in Arizona. He built that roster very, very thoroughly and very smartly. And this is why I want him as the next head coach. I'm throwing in a huge bid for him for next coach for Carolina. Our answer is right here in house. We don't have to look anywhere else. He made smart moves in the offseason. Contracts looked okay in Arizona. I don't see any
Marquise
reason
Brown.
why this man can't be our next head coach.
You think Rule's gone after this year?
I think if we land at 6 wins, he's gone.
How many? What wins do you think we'll need to keep him? Playoff or bust?
Playoffs, or he's done.
Yeah.
Unless David Tepper says, I refuse to admit that I made a mistake. And I want to stick him out for another 3 years. That
I don't know. I feel like
absolutely
if we
piss
make
off Panthers fans to no end.
I feel like if he makes like a real trend in the right direction, like if we come up let's say the playoffs is 10 wins, and we
Let's
win
say
9
we get
games.
9.
And who do we play last week of the season? Saints.
Saints, yes.
So let's say we're playing the Saints last game of the season. They have 9 wins. We have 9 wins. Winner gets in the playoffs. We lose the game. I could see him keeping his job. I feel like it's just if we're close, and you're competing, I think he keep the job. But then next year he would have 1 more year. Basically, he's just living on. He's just trying to keep his job for 1 year at a time.
He's really on thin ice at that point.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I could see him getting fired mid-season if we start out really bad. I don't know.
I mean, as far as I've been watching the fans' comments everywhere, fan base groups and everything else, Twitter, everywhere. As much as I don't like going on Twitter, but and I agree with David Tepper on that one. Twitter has become kind of a vile pit of snakes right now. So, but I've even looked on there, and everybody's been raging against Matt Rule right now. So I'm surprised these guys aren't coming to the gates of Bo with pitchforks and flames.
I will say I'm glad he's not staying on this Sam Darnold. Some people were saying that he would not start Baker because he wants to prove that he thinks Sam Darnold or whatever. But like then
Yeah.
again, that's just costing him his job. So I mean, I don't know.
I pointed out about 5 or 6 things I didn't like about how he was changing up the roster just tonight. You know, on the 53-man depth chart.
Yeah, I think we should have.
These are
I don't know.
major problems that could cause injuries. They could cause major losses.
I didn't see. Don't we not? He cut. Wait, we don't have any like. Let me see the roster. Like many like, what was it, ends or something like that? Like defensive. We have how many defensive tackles? I don't know.
I'll bring it up. Hold up. I'll put it on screen. Depth chart. You said defensive tackle? There you go.
I think we have a good amount of defensive tackles. I'm thinking like defensive ends, maybe. I don't know how many defensive ends we have.
We got.
I know we got Bruce
we got
Matos
Henry
and
Anderson.
Burns and Haynes. Who else? The rookie we just got.
Barno.
Oh God. Yeah.
Barno
I
did
think that's
impress me.
I'm
Now,
like,
here's
I
my
like
problem.
what's his name?
Here's
I
my
can't remember
problem
his
with
dude's
this.
name.
This area right here on the defensive line depth. Henry Anderson we got, and he's a former Jet. That makes 8 players on this roster, not including the ones that were here before Matt Rule, and not including the Super Bowl winners, you know, with the Rams, that are now on this roster. 8 out of the 53.
8 out of the 53 that were what?
That were either from Temple, Baylor, or former Jets.
There's 8 out of 53. Who's that? Like Temple is what?
We're
Robbie
looking at
Anderson,
Temple,
isn't it?
Baylor, and former Jets players. Yes.
So Temple, Baylor. All right. So who did Baylor have? I'm trying to think.
All right, we're gonna go down the roster here. I've done this once before, but I'll do it again for you guys. Temple, Robbie Anderson. That's
Mhm.
1. Okay. Going down the list. Sam Franklin Jr. That's 2.
Is he Temple or Baylor?
Temple. All right, so that's 2.
Mm-hmm.
Matt
PJ
Ioannidis we're not counting because he was part of that Rams team.
Mm-hmm.
He's from Temple, but we're not counting him.
PJ Walker.
Yes. That's 3. PJ Walker, yes, that's 3. All right.
Who was a former? Oh, you said former Jet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So wasn't Luvu a former Jet?
That is correct as well. All right, so we're looking at let's see. Where are my Baylor people? I think a handful of these guys got cut. But we got Bravion Roy from Baylor. I mean, so all of these guys that are on this roster, man, are Matt Rule people. All of them. And you could tell the differences. And Henry Anderson's from the Jets formerly. Robbie Anderson's from the Jets. Luvu's from the Jets originally. Sean Chandler was originally from Temple and Arizona.
Like, what's the correlation with the Jets? Like, is he just like, I don't know.
That's what we've all been trying to figure out. You know, is this guy just like salty because he didn't get his job up in New York? Like, and Tepper bought him out? Like, what's going on here?
No, I can
Does he
see
like
the Temple.
really like all
why
these
they
Jets
make
players?
coaching people.
Like,
But
I
the
don't
Jets,
understand.
I don't understand that. I mean, he must have saw something in Sam Darnold that nobody else could have seen. But when the Panthers traded for Sam Darnold, I was like, bro, what are they doing? But then again, I was like, it gave you a little bit of
I
hope.
never wanted that trade to begin with. I pointed it out before it even happened. I said, don't do it.
It's a lateral move. He's not better than Teddy Bridgewater.
No, he was not. I knew that before we even made the move, and I said no to it.
So if we could go back in time to pre-cutting Cam Newton, before Teddy Bridgewater trade, what do you think would have been the best way to go about what happened?
What year are we talking about?
Was it 2019? I think the year before we got let's say the off season before we got Teddy Bridgewater, and we just cut Cam Newton.
Honestly, Teddy was probably the best option at that point, in my opinion.
Do you think we should just?
We were looking at a guy that I thought was able to do more than just checkdowns, and I was wrong. So I got proven wrong on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I will take I'll eat the crow.
I thought Teddy Bridgewater was a good move. I thought he was gonna be decent. I thought he was gonna be pretty good.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should. Obviously, the Sam Darnold trade was not good. I don't know. Maybe drafting a. I think the best move. Who were the 2020 QBs in the draft?
2020 QBs.
That was Burrow and.
I believe so.
So what pick were we in that draft? Do you remember? I don't know. We had to have been top 10 or top
class.
12.
Yeah, that was Joe Burrow, Tua, Justin Herbert in 2020.
We got Burns, Tua, Justin Herbert. So could we have gotten Justin Herbert? Or no? What pick was he? I don't even remember what pick he was.
Herbert, you got Tua, you got who else? I don't know. But what pick were we that year?
We were the.
Let me look it up.
7th pick.
Yep, 7th pick. That sounds about right.
So we were one off getting a QB.
Mm-hmm. But we needed an offensive lineman desperately.
Yeah. And we took Derek Brown.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't against it because we did need a defensive tackle, but I felt like we could have waited.
Mm-hmm. I feel like. I mean, I feel like we were saying before, the best thing we could have done was probably, I don't know, trade up a spot, take Justin Herbert. That would have been, I don't know. We'd probably be in a much different spot as a team right now if we had done that.
Possibly. I mean, whatever quarterback we got would have been injured or hurt because our offensive line was just that garbage. I mean, find me a quarterback that was healthy in between, excuse me, 2016 and 2020. I mean, you couldn't even find one that was actually starting.
Yeah.
I think there was one quarterback that didn't start, and I think that was actually PJ. But still, point being, all of those guys got hurt, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't have mattered.
I remember 2019. What's his name? Kyle Allen?
It honestly would not have mattered because any quarterback that you grab would have been running for his life.
I'm just saying, I feel like Kyle Allen actually did pretty good in that offense. For what we were giving him, I know he had McCaffrey, like the best McCaffrey version. But for what he was being given, that was one of the best. Like that, he played pretty well for that, especially as like a third string quarterback or whatever he was. I don't remember, was he the third string? Or was he the backup? I feel like we had somebody else.
Kyler Murray at the time, I don't remember. That's a good question. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I was real mad at that Penei Sewell pick by the Lions, though. I was real mad.
2021?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was big mad at that one. If we had not won that Washington game, I apologize. Let me restart Zoom here. It does that. There we go. It's restarted. Go ahead and join back in. My apologies. But yeah, go ahead and jump back in. Let me read these comments in the chat real quick while he's joining back in. We'll go over predictions for this week in just a second as well. No offense, I hate Von Miller. Absolutely, David Screws. I'm with you, man. I don't like him either. Just because you're a superstar doesn't mean you'll win another title. Just saying. Yeah, agreed. Any given Sunday, yep. In all honesty, all teams can win as much as they want. It's coaching and game plan, along with the players that they have, and use them to their talents. Yes, absolutely agree with that. Football is a team sport, not a one-man show. Truth. For all you OBJ fans out there, truth. I would say the Giants was a trap game. Nah, not necessarily. It's the Eagles and Vikings game that was trap games. You know what I mean? Those two were the trap games. When you realistically look at it. So, that being said, let's go through these games this week and try to predict some winners. Shall we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's do that. And obviously, you know what the South is going to look like because the South has always been the same as long as Tom Brady's been here. So, Bucks, Panthers in second place. Saints will give us a rough run for our money. So, if we don't get 9 and we get 6, then the Saints to overtake us for second. And, of course, the Falcons in last. So, there you go. That's your predictions on what's going to happen. Playoffs, way too early. Can't do it. Way too early. There's a lot that can happen. So, alright, so, we've already talked about the Bills and Rams game. And, I mean, the Bills are not screwing around. Obviously, the Bills are going to go a long way this year. Probably 12 wins. So, we'll see what happens there. Falcons and Saints. Saints win. 14-point win. At least. Even with Winston behind center. 14-point win. Falcons have a couple weapons. But it's not going to be enough. San Francisco, Chicago. San Francisco wins that one. Score-wise, I'm not going to predict that one. But I'm going to say by 10. Probably. San Francisco still haven't figured out all their kinks and bells and whistles yet. You know what I mean? So, 10-point win there. Probably. Within 10 to 13. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, I would say Cincinnati wins, but it depends on how much Pittsburgh brings to the table in that game. As far as like what the score is going to look like. So, hard to predict that one. I'd say within 10. We'll see. Eagles, Detroit. I say Philadelphia. Philadelphia for sure. New England, Miami. I've got New England by about 10 points. Baltimore and the Jets. Baltimore, obviously, by 14 or more. Jacksonville over... Jacksonville and Washington. I've got Washington on that one. And I'll tell you why. Because Washington does have some defensive players, locked up. They got some good pass rushers. So it's going to be a real interesting game. But Washington by about 7. I think we win over the Cleveland Browns. It's going to be a close one. Browns are going to get 17 on us because of that rushing game and the tight end. But I think we win 24-17. Depending on our kicking game. Indianapolis, Houston. I've got Indianapolis in that one by 14. Now that Matt Ryan has established himself with a line and some weapons in Indianapolis, he's going to be extremely dangerous. Indianapolis is going to be a real contender this year. I got a feeling. You give Indianapolis a defense and Matt Ryan the weapons he needs, I would not want to mess with that. Tennessee and the Giants. I got Tennessee on that one. It's going to be an interesting one, but Tennessee for sure. That running game is going to run circles around the Giants' defense. They're not ready for it. And even though Wentz is not doing that great, this year, I still believe Tennessee's got this one. You got Green Bay and Minnesota. This is a big one. I'm watching this one right here. I'm watching to see who wins this one. Because this is going to be a major determinant in who wins that division. And I've got Green Bay. I've got Green Bay for sure. But never underestimate Minnesota. The second you underestimate Minnesota is the second they strike on you. So that could be a real interesting game right there. So I would keep a very close eye on that score, guys. 4:25 is that game on Fox there. They're going to be showing it right after ours. So keep an eye on that one while you're waiting on the stream. On the post-game stream from me. We got KC in Arizona. I've got KC in that one. That's by probably 10 points to 14. Somewhere around in that range. KC is still a complete team. Arizona's still figuring a couple things out on defense. Raiders and Chargers. I've got the Chargers by within 10. That's going to be a tight one. Always is between these guys. So, watch that one. I've got eyes on that one, for sure. I want to see who wins that. But the game of the day, besides ours, is going to be Tampa Bay and Dallas. Tampa Bay and Dallas going at it is going to be an absolute thriller. With Tampa Bay's offensive line struggling the way it is, this could be real interesting, real quick. If Dallas figures that out and starts blitzing up the middle and loading the box. But Tom Brady can figure it out. He can toss some balls to the outside and he can start moving the ball and force them out of the box. So, I got a feeling, man, Tampa's going to win that one. Tom Brady knows how to use all of these problems and turn them into successes. So I don't doubt that that's going to happen again. And Monday night, you got Denver and Seattle. I've got Denver. Russell Wilson's looking for revenge against Seattle. He's going to get it. So that's what we're looking at. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting week starting out. There could be a few upsets. That usually happens week 1. I'm betting that Green Bay game is going to be one of them. Some of these teams don't show up. Sometimes. I've seen Atlanta surprise New Orleans once in a blue moon. So, New Orleans be on the lookout. If Atlanta surprises New Orleans, that gives us tape on New Orleans to use. Be aware of that. That game I'm watching very closely too. Yeah, I would like to see a replay of that on NFL Network if they guys will show that one, this week, so we can get a little tape on that and watch both of these teams and see what we can use against both of them. I would also like to watch Tampa and Dallas if I could. Because I want to scout both of these teams and see what we're doing with here. Because that's going to tell us a lot about what we're going to be doing with Tampa. And I think I'm going to get my shot at watching Tampa in the next couple weeks here. So, before we get a shot at them in the regular season. So, hopefully that happens. But I'll get my first look at Denver and Seattle on Monday, so I'll be scouting that one. I'll be looking for weaknesses on both teams, and I'll be able to tell you guys, on next Saturday, what we're looking at. So that's going to be real interesting there. Of course, I pay attention to every team in the league. I pay attention to what they do, what they don't do. And I'm starting to get a beat on these guys by week 3. So if I start to see some patterns and I get into a system here where I've got an idea of what we're doing with by week 3 with most of these teams, typically that doesn't change much. Not until mid-season. Then you start to see some major upsets. You start to see things start to click for some of these teams, fall apart for a few others, and it becomes a 3-ring circus from there. Anyway, is there anybody that really wants to jump in here and ask questions or chat? But for this game tomorrow, I pretty much pointed out what needs to happen here tomorrow in this game and what we're going to watch out for. So, I need to see 5 key things from this team tomorrow. Number 1, stay healthy, especially on the lines. If we stay healthy, there's a very, very strong chance of us winning. Number 2, I'm going to need to see a step up on the trenches. Both sides of the ball. We got to send a strong statement right out of the gate that we are not screwing around and we want to win. Number 3, we need Baker to step up and get the job done. And I I'm not talking about short passing. I'm talking about all passing in general. Step up, get it done. You know, make sure we get points on the board. You know, don't hesitate, don't screw around, just get points on the board. You know, be smart out there. Number 4, watch out for turnovers. Watch out for turnovers, guys. And I'm not just talking about on their side forcing turnovers. I'm talking about both sides, because we have a habit of being dumb and creating our own turnovers. Watch out for that. Okay? And number 5, we need a healthy kicker to come out there and finish these kicks and get it done. And don't beat ourselves. Play clean games. Don't beat ourselves. Those 5 key things will help us win this game. Let's go out there. Let's make a statement. Week 1. Let's show these guys who we are. Be dominant. Be aggressive. Be predators. Right from the get-go. That is how you win games. With the talent that we have. This is a winnable game. This is one of the 6 and one of the 9 that I was mentioning. That we can win. And we should win. I don't want excuses. I want wins. Go out there. Be who we are. Okay? Be aggressive. Show them what you showed everybody in preseason. Defense. That's what I need. That's what I need from you guys. Go out there. Be that dominant defense that we just saw in preseason. I believe we can win this. I have full confidence we can win this thing, man. I'm a little nervous, but I think we can win it. We need all 5 of those things to go our direction in order to do it. Watch out for those players I mentioned. Watch out for turnovers. Watch out for being dumb in situations where we don't need to be dumb. Okay? And Matt Rule, that includes you, man. Pay attention. I love all of y'all, man. I want to see a win. And I believe we can get it. If everybody does their job properly, we will get this win. Go hunt for it. Don't settle. Go hunt for it. You know what I'm saying? Be predators. Be aggressive. Be mindful. And and go take what you want. Alright? Go earn it. Go take it. Don't sit on these opportunities. Go take it. This game is ours. Go win it. I need a strong showing in that first quarter. I need everybody to send a message that we could do this for 4 whole quarters. And we can make these guys sweat. You want to play against us, you got to earn your victory. You're not just going to take it. You got to earn it. if you want it against us. And let me tell you guys, these players want this win. I can tell you that right now. All these players in this locker room are hungry right now. They want it. Cleveland, you better be ready. This is going to be a nasty trench fight. This is going to be a nasty one. I need everybody on board for this. Whether you coming from second string, third string, on down. I need everybody to step your game up. There ain't no room for excuses. There ain't no room for it. We should have done this. We should have done that. Once that ball's kicked off, there ain't no room for it no more. I need y'all to step up and be who you are. And I believe in every one of y'all. Go get it. Alright. That's my pep talk for this week, man. Stay hungry. Stay aggressive. Go get it. You know, go get your dub. Alright, that being said, anybody that wants to ask questions or anything else in chat, go for it. Name a player, we'll talk about him real quick. You know. I'm good for maybe another 30 minutes, you know. If anybody really wants to talk about something, go for it. Or any concerns you have over the roster, anything. Brandon Smith questionable for the Browns game. Okay, yep. That's something we need to look at. All right, he's limited thigh injury, huh? Okay. Here's another question I've got. With Eddie with a hip injury, full practice. What are we doing? This is another issue I've got with Matt Rule right now. With all due respect, man. Because I know you're a great guy, you know, and a pretty decent coach, you know, in college. But up in the NFL level, man, there's no excuse for playing players that are already injured and practicing these guys full practices knowing he's got a hip injury. I mean, this is the stuff Ron Rivera was doing that got him fired. This is what I've got a major problem with right here. This is mismanaging players. This causes more injuries and it keeps them off the field longer. I don't want to see that no more. I don't want to see that no more, man. Makes me sick to my stomach every time I watch Ron Rivera do that. Oh, and by the way, the trainer that was working with Ron Rivera was being investigated. I just want to point that out. The former trainer was being investigated for the same issue. Matt, I don't want to see you walk down that path, bro. Don't do this. Everything I say for him not to do, he's been doing. It's like he's been listening to every word I've been saying and doing the complete polar opposite so he can get himself fired. I don't understand, bro. I don't get it. Man. Shoot. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you want to be a good head coach, man, don't do this stuff, man. I'm telling you, Learn from your predecessor's mistakes that got him fired. Learn from the people that are doing stuff right in the league and continue to do stuff right. Like Andy Reid's staff, you know, watch them. Watch Sean McDermott's staff. You know, these guys have been doing this for a number of years, and they're very, very good at it. Take notes. You know, find out what works for you, you know, in the league. Make your own stamp in the league. And you don't do that by making the same mistakes as the people that have failed. That's not how it works. That's not how you're going to find joy and happiness in the league and job stability. Please listen to me, man. Please. This is not the way to go. And whether you keep this job in Carolina or not, I want the best for you. Okay, as a person, because I know you're a good person and a good father and a good family man, you know, and I just want the best for you. All right, wherever you end up, most likely not in Carolina, but wherever you end up, I want the best for you. Go learn from these people, man. For real. Take some real time to study this stuff. And I don't want to hear any more of these excuses like in the press conferences. Come on, man. Just please stop. Spare us, bro. Spare us. What we need to hear is more of these speeches that you gave during Camp Confidential in these meeting rooms. That's what we need to hear. I'm trying to guide you in the right direction, man. You know, what if Matt Rule pulls a 180 and he starts doing really well because he started listening to all that advice, you know, and started doing better and started studying these people? What if, guys? What would you think of him then? Like, would y'all be heckling his family or throwing bottles and stuff at the field after that? Or cussing him out at the field? No, you wouldn't. Because we would be winning. Guess what? Winning cures all ails. You know how you win? By fixing your mistakes and learning from your predecessors. So, there you go. There's your helpful advice. You know, don't say I didn't try. You know, because I do want you to succeed, buddy. You know, at some point or another. Maybe it might not be here. Maybe it might be in college that you go for like a 5-year winning streak. You know, maybe you pull a Dabo Swinney. You don't know. You don't know. Maybe this dude does know what he's talking about in college, you know, and is able to do that on a consistent basis. Who knows? But you got a lot of learning to do if you want to come up here and do that. I've said this many, many times. The NFL is a different animal. Totally different animal. You're dealing with a wild beast up here. Okay? You deal with a wild Africa jungle animal right here. This ain't your average run-of-the-mill Amazon jaguar or panther, you know what I mean? This is a totally different animal up here, man. As a coach, if you want to coach these guys. And you got to set a tone, man. You got to send these people a message that you're not raw meat. You know, even just in year one, you got to set that tone. And he didn't do that. So, guess what? Everybody's looking at him like raw meat out here. And that's what I was trying to tell you, man. You can't be doing that. If you want, Urban Meyer failed to do the same thing. Guess where he is? There you go. So, there's your friendly tips. There's your friendly info. Take it or leave it. Whatever you want to do with it. Same with the team, roster-wise. Take that information or leave it. Whatever you want to do with it, man. But I'm going to tell you, man, I want the best 53-man roster we could build, and I want the best team that we could build. And I just want to make sure we're not screwing this up, That Dennis Daly trade, man, that made me real happy. Y'all know how I feel about that. Because I've been telling people, if we have people that are not going to be of value, that are not going to be sitting here on this roster, on the 53, then, it's time to trade them. It's time to move them. And we did just that. So, we got our value back, man. Thank you, Scott. Man, you are a hero right now. Hero we do not deserve here in Carolina right now. I'm being real with you right now. I'm always going to be real with y'all, but I'm going to be extra real with y'all right now. Scott Fitter, y'all should be actually giving this man a hug right now and shaking his hand and thanking him for everything he's doing for this organization. Because if it wasn't for him, we'd still be hunting in the top 3 in the draft order every year. If it wasn't for this man. And y'all know it. That's straight facts. Y'all can't argue with that. Scott is the Superman that we do not deserve. He's the chess master that we do not deserve right now, man. Real talk, man. I love Scott. I would straight up give that man a hug right now if I met him. And thank him. For real. Heck, man, I might even buy that dude some dinner, man. That's how much I'm appreciative of what he's done for this team right now, man. Real talk. I might even do that. Dude. This dude is saving this franchise. And there's so many people that don't even realize it. There's so many people that are just like, I just want wins, I just want wins, I just want wins. Y'all don't even realize what this dude is doing right now. He is a magician. He has literally pulled so many tricks right now. And these ain't the tricks that are for kids. We talking like major tricks, like trades, like roster moves, like all this stuff, man. This is good stuff, man. This is all good stuff that leads to good things. This trade for, like this trade with Dennis Daly, for example. Excellent move. I'm so happy to see that right there. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the trade for that for CJ, with the Patriots. I'm talking about like all those trade ups he did on the first draft that he ever pulled with us. I mean, the dude's a mastermind. I don't even know how he did some of the stuff he did. Like, it even impressed me. And y'all know how tricky I can be when it comes to this stuff. Y'all know how dedicated I am when it comes to trading and stuff. And how much I value these picks and these players, man. He understands. He knows exactly what to do with them and where to put them. It's incredible. If he had any say in these roster moves, I will accept those moves. I will 100% accept them because Scott knows what he's doing. We all might not see it right away. We all might not see the results immediately. You know, if he was the one that was making all these roster moves, so be it, man. But he knows what he's doing. Yeah, he makes mistakes just like any other human. It's going to happen eventually. Yeah, you're going to have a bust on one of these draft picks, man. It's going to happen. Like Deontay Brown. Like, he's human. He's not going to get every one of these right. You know? The scouting department is not going to get every one of these right. But he's got a great scouting department. I believe in this department right now. I believe that they know what they're doing too. Because otherwise we wouldn't have as many successes as we've had in the last 3 years. In the last 2 years, scratch that. Because the first year was Matt Rule picks. They were all Matt Rule picks. And we're trying to get out of that mud hole that Matt Rule put us in. But, you know, it is what it is. This is where we are now. And Scott has gotten us where we are. We would not be where we are without him right now. We'd be a lot lower. I can promise you that. In 2 years. A lot lower. So please, give him a handshake. Give him a hug. If you see him. Tell him we all said thank you. And we all love what he's doing right now. Give your appreciation to this man. He deserves every bit of it. I'd do it myself if I could. Matter of fact, if anybody wants to get me in touch with him, please do. Please do. I would love to talk to this man and thank him personally. Because it matters that much. I love this team that much. In this franchise that much. That I would love to be able to do that. But we got a game tomorrow, so we got to focus on that, guys. And I've pretty much gone over every nook and cranny, so that's pretty much where we're at. Alright, guys. Anybody got anything else? Otherwise, we're going to get out of here, you know what I mean? I don't even know what that junk is. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Ooh, do, 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 do. Alright. Let's get up out of here, guys. Thank you so much. Let me do these last second shout outs real quick. On Jared. David Screws. Fats 126. Deshaun Watson fan. DJ Moore, Black Cat Podcaster Podcast. Sam Darnold Buns. DC Keep Pounding Pods. And of course, Luck Poppy. Appreciate all y'all, man. As always. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Let's go get that win tomorrow. Keep pounding, baby.
Buddha. What's going on, Juco?